Nothing's only at the back of my eyes. Sometimes it's someone trying to hurt the most. I feel like a plane doesn't want all you up and I'm straight to the moon. You are a moment. Going, going, going down my mind. Ugh, I ate so much. This goes a lot faster. What's up, Jackie? What's up, Bobby? How you doing? You want time with me? Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, no. Sorry. Alright. Okay.
Doing?
Fixing my nails. Why? What's up? What's up?
Huh?
What's up? Can I have the weed tray?
No. Noah!
With the weed on it? And I guess the grape one. Not bad. Victoria noticed that and she complimented them.
About what?
My nails.
Are you gonna eat that egg? I don't know.
They're weird.
You're a towel.
You're a towel. Is there a grinder over here? I did have one, didn't I? What's wrong?
She touched my hand.
Yeah. You're cute. I love y'all. So lame.
That egg was good.
The what?
That egg was good.
Stem cells.
Stem cells with couches. With some slaughtered animal meat.
Yum.
Yum!
I like a little fear in my breakfast. Bye. There you go.
Huh?
What are you doing?
Bugging you.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's when my man touched your live video.
Hot. Fuck it up. What? Ring fault. Yeah, I know, Jack.
Fine, bye.
What? I wasn't saying that to you. What's up, Bobby? Oh, mister. Hey, it's Misty. It's Misty. That was Misty's voice. From Pokemon?
What?
No?
That one?
I can't hear it now.
That one?
I still can't hear it. Ow. Uh, hmm. Maybe. But the cowboy. Hmm. Oh. There you go. What? Looking over a fence?
Huh?
Looking over a fence?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jack.
What's up with your attitude?
What's up with your attitude?
All right.
You try not to smile.
Yeah. We take it seriously, Got a little news for you. I'm gonna use that before you do.
A fresh voice can speak to you and open your ears and your mind.
Individual who was an unreasonable troublemaker in the family that stirred up chaos. So this family that I'm getting ready to tell you about was really complex because, mom and dad did have issues. There were challenges. The other siblings had challenges as well. But the number one challenge in that family was one young man who struggled with accountability, and he was oppositional. He escalated very quickly, and he had a lot of obsessive compulsive tendencies. He was very controlling and dominating. He obsessed over the need for control. And his compulsion or his attempt to reduce his anxiety was to get snippy with the people in his family, was to make sure that everything was perfect and set up correctly and done the right and proper way. And so anytime that he would blow up in therapy, anything his dad would say, mom would say, sisters would say, his brother would say, he would listen to it up until a certain point. Okay, so we're talking about unreasonable people with a psychological sense of entitlement. He would listen up until a certain point, and it wouldn't be long either. It would be maybe a minute or two. He would give them to talk before he would cut them off. And then they try it again. He'd cut them off again. He'd try it again. And then I would jump in because I knew he was going to try to cut them off again. And he tried to cut somebody off again, and here's what happened. He jumped up. He started screaming and yelling, threw something across the office room, said he couldn't take it anymore, didn't want to hear anything anybody else had to say, said that he was going to hurt somebody in that session if they didn't stop talking about him so negatively, screamed at the top of his lungs. And
so you're now even anxious on the good. The empathic person in this relationship is always going to be trying to.
So what mind games can we start to look out for to prevent us from getting cut again and again?
So it's such an interesting question you're asking me, these mind games, right? By definition, Lisa, a mind game has this assumption that it's sort of intentional, right? And so I'm going to mess with you. I'm going to get you. And so I think what the narcissistic person is, the way they go through the world, just with everybody, it's not even like they're trying to get just you. And it's not even that, like, rub my hands together. It's just how they go through the world, right? So even gaslighting, the intentionality there isn't as much as you would think. Nobody's like, I'm going to gaslight her so she doesn't.
Oh yeah, so you're butane?
I'm going to gaslight her so I can destabilize her. It's not that. There's things that they do in narcissistic relationships, and everyone uses the word narcissistic abuse, right? That's the stuff that they do in a relationship, right?
Something I would
say
to
include everything
when he's
from
gaslighting.
devaluation and dismissiveness and minimizing things and manipulating and gaslighting and behaving in an entitled way, genuinely believing they're more special, or at least their behavior indicates that they think they're more special than anyone else. They're rageful, and their rage is all over the map. They future fake. They will promise something they're gonna do something, so you stay in the relationship a little longer. You don't demand anything of them. They breadcrumb. They give you less and less and less stuff over time. There's a lot of betrayal in these relationships. And when you have betrayal that goes alongside gaslighting, before long, you start feeling responsible for their betrayals. Like, well, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention to that. Maybe I wasn't this, and maybe I wasn't that. But because this stuff is mixed in, with sometimes
butane. You just said it.
Confusion is a lot of narcissistic relationships start from something exciting and good, in the sense that it's the love bombing, or the idealization, or the intense interest. It's the charm. It's the charisma. Are these things being used tactically? I'm not convinced of that, and I think that's why these relationships are so tricky. That they want your supply, and they're going to get your supply any way they want. And they're not even. And the thing is, all of these processes, they're not conscious of. But this is where the mind game thing becomes very interesting. They do know what they're doing is often wrong. And here's how it comes out. Because people often say, well, I don't know. If they don't know, then can we really be angry at them? I said, but they kind of do know. And how do we know they know? Because anyone out there who's had a narcissistic anyone in their life, usually a partner, it could even be a parent or a sibling, they will behave differently in front of a group than they will with you individually, right? So the classical example, and I talk about it in the book, is they might call you and say, hey, how you doing? Yeah, good. Oh, you're in the car. you on speaker? Like, what's going on? And they'll make conversation. Once they determine, and if they, yeah, I'm not speaker, I'm driving. Oh, who's with you? No, nobody. I'm going to whatever. Then they'll go away because there's no audience to hear this.
Isn't that a mind game then? Because
that is a mind game right there. That's a mind game. They don't want to look bad in front of other people. And if they think you're not going to leave them, which if you're in a long-term committed relationship, that's less likely because it's more disruptive, then they think you're kind of a sure thing of sorts. And so they can push that envelope, or they get bored. Narcissistic people get bored. They're novelty seeking. But it is kind of a mind game in the sense that the world might think they're cool. People who are close to them, whether it's their employees or their close family or their partner, think they're thinking, everyone thinks they're wonderful, and I'm seeing the truth of this, and it's not cool. But nobody believes them because everyone's like, but no, every time we interact with this person, they're great because they know how to play to people, like to an audience or to a group of people they don't see as often. That can feel like a mind game for sure. I think what's hard about these relationships, Lisa, is you've got two sets of rules. The narcissistic person is motivated by very different things than the other person in the relationship. So the other person in the relationship may be motivated by attachment, love, connection, closeness, all the things that make a person want to, I want to spend time with them, all of that. The narcissistic person is motivated by power, control, and dominance. Those are very different motivations.
What if you could upload one mini AI written ebook onto Amazon that could replace your income and change your life forever? Let me show you how to do exactly this in the next 90 seconds.
Is motivated by power, control, and dominance. Those are very different motivations, right? So by definition, these are asymmetric relationships. The narcissistic person has to be in the power position, and the other person has to be diminished. And let's say you have two people that are kind of equally matched. They're comparable jobs, they make the same amount of money, whatever. They may come in with that equivalence. So if you can't break down a person literally by having, I don't know, more money or more power in society or something, you'll break them down and destabilize them psychologically, and then you'll have the power. You own the reality. It's your narrative. How in touch a narcissistic person is with that variable, like in terms of how much insight they have, but that's the mind game, if you want to call it that. But definitely the two masks, public mask and private mask, that's what makes narcissism so vexing to the people in these relationships. Because the example I would give is a person at a dinner party, having a good time, and somebody even makes a few little critiques of the narcissist, and you're dreading, oh my god, they're gonna rage, but they don't. And they're like, oh, ha ha ha, funny joke. And some people say at that dinner party, they think, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm the problem because I always think he's too sensitive and he's gonna blow up. Well, the dinner party's done, you get in the car, you're thinking, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. And they started on you because they were angry about that person critiquing them at the dinner party, but they weren't going to take it out on them. Some narcissists would, don't get me wrong, it's a continuum. So some narcissistic people would have actually taken down that person at the dinner party, but in many cases they would have waited till they were in the car with you to go off.
Yeah, as you're talking, it really is all of these are manipulative tactics that are creating something that they're looking for. So if they want to demean you because they want to get power over you, they can act in a certain way. You mentioned love bombing, so obviously that being a very tactical way of them drawing you in so they can shower you with admiration so that they can love you. And I even heard you say that during the love bombing phase, like the worst thing you can do is say, I love you, because that's when they know that they have you hooked.
Yeah, absolutely have you hooked up, because once you do that, there's a lot of things that go along with I love you, right? It's almost like a license for them to say, I can probably get away with a lot more. I've got the source of supply where I want it. Nostalgia is like a butterfly under glass. Butterfly can't get away.
Oh, my knees. Where are you going? What do you want? Can I help you? I got nothing for you. Go away. What? Ah, excuse you. Mm-hmm. So Jack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Okay. Again? You can just always water like one, like 2/3 of the way down. Hmm? Nothing that I saw. Yeah. Wait, what? No.
Toby Maguire got bit by a spider, but see, me, it was a go. If you want space, I hope you take your helmet off soon as you get up to Venus and choke.
Please? You said it was a $300 minimum for shatter? Did you say it was a $300 minimum for shatter? Jack, you're getting eaten by mosquitoes. Ah, what? Jack. Can we go inside? Jack, where are you going? Come. Come inside. Come on, come inside. Please? You're getting eaten by mosquitoes. They're all over you. Oi. Stay out of my stuff. What? Mm. again. Get rid of them. I'm gonna freak the fuck out. No. Yeah. Oh my god. How you dress? Mm.
Instagram takes up too much time. What I'm about to share with you is how my team and I shave off hours of sales and customer support time. Plus,
momentum was of President Trump being shot in Butler, Pennsylvania at a campaign stop this afternoon in sweltering heat.
What?
Welcome in, everyone, to this special edition of Redacted Live on this Saturday as a result of President Trump being shot in Butler, Pennsylvania at a campaign.
Trump was shot. Trump got shot. Yo, he got shot in the fucking ear! And he stood up and put his fist up!
So that he would be for his face and miss a shot.
Pivotal moments just a short time ago as President Trump was shot, fell behind the stands there, and law enforcement approached forward with moments and first responders. Quick action to try to stop what unfolded there. And then moments later, President Trump stood up, humped ear covered in blood, and his team now says
No, I think
so
like
we'll
many people like
doing
a service, like
the
human
J.J.
rights
Carroll,
service,
who's
like
a
getting
former
Trump and
Border
like
Patrol
crazy shit. Like,
agent who spent
same
24
dude, the
years
JFK guy, like,
as the Customs and Border Patrol
police will do that. Fuck
serving
Trudeau.
our nation, and whose
Oh,
father
wait,
also
no.
served
Shit.
in the Secret
I'm gonna go to
Service.
jail.
And literally, we were sitting down to do an interview at this moment as our phones just exploded with this news about President Trump being shot. So, JJ, welcome to the studio. Unbelievable circumstances. What I'm feeling and being the text message is anger. People have been saying they've been wondering about this for months now. Because what you
Oh, for sure. Dude, and he stands up and puts his fist up. And the police have a photo. Yeah.
by the Trump campaign. If this was staged, imagine being that demented, like your President Biden. Just think that you literally hired people, Jesse Smollett style, to shoot him at a campaign rally. I mean, and please hit him in his ear. You know how the probability of shooting someone in the ear it's from behind. Come on. President Trump, I can tell you anything. I can tell you anything. That word. On Reddit. Philip's talking, so you don't have an earpiece in because we don't give you an earpiece. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. On Reddit, it was pretty immediate.
What? Oh my god.
That argument got shut down quick because somebody was like, yeah, nobody's going to hire somebody to just nick them in the ear. It's like, it's like, nobody's going to do that. Like, that argument got shut down pretty quick for that reason. So I was saying on Reddit that argument got shut down. Any chance they possibly can shut us down and shut us or take us down. So we've had that happen. Let's talk about the Secret Service response to this. And first of all, how did this happen? How do you think that this happened at an event like this? And I'll just say, I'm not a Secret Service agent, and I don't play them on television. But in the media, for years, I would go to events with presidents, President Trump, President Bush, and I would go ahead of time. There was massive Secret Service sweeps at these events days ahead of time. Yes. Usually the advance team is there, I don't know, days, even weeks ahead of time. And then, of course, they're there that morning. There are multiple locations on rooftops and everything. And you're going through heavy metal security metal detectors when you enter these areas. So how did this happen? How do you think this happened? When I first heard the gunshots and I saw the late reaction from President Trump, the very first thing I thought, and I could be wrong, it was just speculation, we saw a couple of videos, is that was from outside. It sounded as if it was far away. It didn't sound like someone standing just shooting. People just saw that. Right. I heard that right until I was shocked that it fell down. It's almost as if it's coming from Broadway. I could be wrong, but just the way it looks and sounds, that's the first thing I thought was, that's not insane. Did you know that my father was walking through a Dad, tell me about what it is being advanced team. We'd have these long discussions when he was over there. And you're right. There's no one scooping your gun right inside that place, right? If they did, then it would have been very much premeditated, put under there before. I don't know, right? Talk about your dad's in that position. So how many Secret Service agents would have been near that stage, near that environment at the time? And what would the response have been like in the earpiece, communicating back and forth? Did you get to the stage to protect him? How can you walk me through that as a lay person? So it's the way I would see it, and the way it looked. People looking at the president, and the rest of the people are looking out at the stage. Right? He's behind. The president is always behind him. I was asked my dad, if someone called you to testify, if some president did something bad, he goes, no, you know what I tell them? We all instructed. That's how we work. I don't look at the president. I'm looking at the crowd. So I'm responding to the crowd. The president's behind me. But there are people, and once those agents heard that indistinguishable gunshot and saw the president go like this, they were on him. Like they were on him. But you can see how vulnerable. You've been on stage. You're up there. You're naked, basically. Right? Just if someone wants to do some harm to you, you're just like a sitting target. So the reaction of the Secret Service agents was, I thought this spectacular. They were on him, down to the ground. You can imagine trying to get that bullet man down with his stubborn personality, and he's trying to get up, and you're trying to say, stay down, because I'm sure they're telling him, keep him down, because they're trying to make sure there's no other shooters anywhere. So I think, and this will become, as all things of this nature, a learning tool within the Secret Service, and they will dissect it.
frame by frame of how they reacted.
A lot of people in the chat who are just joining us for the first time. This is a special edition of Redacted. JJ Carroll is here. We will sit down to do a big interview today about immigration and what his new documentary, and then this happened. Literally, as we were sitting down to start this. So this is a special edition. We've got a lot of people joining us in the chat today. Tens of thousands of you. Good to see all of you guys. And many of you are saying, hey, what just happened? I'm in Australia. I don't know what happened. Is the president okay? Yes, the president is apparently fine, according to the Secret Service. They released a statement. And there's reaction now coming in from both sides of the aisle, from all quarters, from Democrats and Republicans sort of uniting around this. Lots of politicians, lots of celebrities, lots of anti-Trump people coming forward denouncing this. Robert Kennedy saying now is the time for every American who loves our country to step back from the division, renounce all violence, unite in prayer for President Trump and his family. By the way, RFK Jr. has been asking for Secret Service protection for almost a year from the Biden administration. His father was assassinated. His uncle was assassinated.
Really?
If there's one man you give Secret Service protection to as a Democrat and a friend of the Kennedys, you give Robert Kennedy Jr. Secret Service protection. We can send $100 billion to friggin' Zelensky in Ukraine. You can't spend a few, I don't know, couple $100,000 to protect Robert, the son of the Attorney General of the United States, who was assassinated in the 1960s. I find it appalling and shocking that President Biden signed that, turning it down multiple times. Unbelievable.
It just shows you the level of maliciousness of the left. They don't care. They do not care. And I'd bet you a month's salary there are Democrats on the far left that are cheering for him, and they're so excited. And the only thing they're sad about is they did not kill him. That is the truth. That's how I feel.
I feel the same way. I believe, honestly, that, and I've said this multiple times on the show, and my wife often says, she says, oh, don't say that. But I'm being honest. They do not want this man to become president. They absolutely will stop at nothing to keep this man from becoming president of the United States. And I think you saw that in action today. Ted Cruz saying extraordinary today, God bless President Trump. We have Marco Rubio, God protected President Trump this afternoon. Donald Trump Jr., his son, coming out saying he'll never stop fighting to save America. And right after he was shot, he started yelling, fight, fight. The crowd started yelling, fight, fight. Elon Musk just now says, I fully endorse President Trump. Hope for his rapid recovery. Marianne Williamson, of course, not exactly a supporter of President Trump, saying any political violence at all is unacceptable, unironically hoping Trump is okay.
Unironically
hoping Trump is okay. She's not trying to be flippant about it. Okay. I think she's just saying, I hope he's okay. As much as I disagree with him politically, she's saying, I agree with him. So yeah, if you're just joining us, Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, and I hate that this had to happen in my home state of Pennsylvania, forever tarnished that this happens in Butler, Pennsylvania. Gunshots ringing out, hitting President Trump. We don't know how many times yet, but the Secret Service saying in a statement that former President Trump is safe, that he is okay. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. A spokesman for the campaign said he's fine. He's being checked out of the local medical facility. More details will follow. So again, the Republican National Convention this week in Milwaukee. This is such a crazy time. We thought next week we would see the ascension of Kamala Harris as president of the United States. President Biden stepping aside to take the wind out of the sails of the RNC. All media coverage would be on President Kamala Harris next week when she takes over for President Biden.
What?
If that happens next week, that seemed to be the plan, according to my sources.
Oh, fuck no.
Changes things. And then President Trump speaking on Thursday will now presumably have a bandaged head and a speech that is now thrown in the trash. I think that this really perhaps galvanizes voters in a way that maybe they didn't anticipate before.
I think they made a mistake. I think the left made a horrible mistake. Who are you going to vote for? Are you going to vote for that man that doesn't even know what he's doing and has a family that is so rotten that they do elder abuse? His son is a cocaine addict and everything else involved. His daughter is the same. He's a miserable man. And the left is cheering right now the view and those type of people. Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Well, there's people, literally, there's bots, there's trolls on Twitter and X who've been saying, this was staged somehow, which is absolutely laughable. So yeah, they're going to be out in force trolling. This is not a surprise.
But to the average American, even people that were on the fence, I believe they're going to be like, I'm all in for him.
Yeah.
I'm all in. And like I said, I'm talking to my wife, I'm talking to other friends and family, and they are angry. I could not believe how angry I felt when I first heard. I was just angry. I was like, I knew it's going to happen, and I believe that's what the overriding emotion that Americans are going to have is this in just deep feeling of anger, because we all felt like something like this may happen.
And of course, they're on the right, calling on President Biden, saying on the 8th of July, when President Biden said, "We're done talking about debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye." So people use this kind of rhetoric all the time. So I think you need to jump to conclusions about that. We don't yet know who, if anyone else was injured. There are reports that there were other casualties there at that event in Butler, Pennsylvania. And so we're trying to get information on that, and more will follow. And whether or not the shooter, it's not yet clear who the shooter was. We still don't know who exactly the shooter was. And if, to your point, so J.J. Carroll is here, whose father was a former Secret Service agent. So what will the process look like now from the Secret Service to try to swoop in, to try to find if this location was outside of the event center, as you maybe pointed out? And when you listen to the gunshots, you clearly hear a delay, a significant delay. And a lot of times those cameras, it's interesting, those cameras are way back, right, on a dais, sort of a riser, far back from where the president would be speaking, where reporters will stand there with a microphone and do their thing and really quietly, and President Biden, President Trump doesn't hear speaking. So you have to be far away from the location, so you hear that delay. It's interesting. The Secret Service responds to this one. Yeah, anywhere from 15 to 60,000 people at these rallies. And also, when you shoot around downrange and it doesn't hit its target, it's going to hit something.
Oh, yeah.
So, right, it hit some people in the stands. There was multiple shots, right? And, and that exactly as we're hearing that there were other casualties here. We don't know.
What?
And a casualty is not a death, right? It could be an injury. We hope it's not a death. And we don't exactly know. It's unbelievable to see the response of the left-wing media, though. This is not surprising at all. This is why you guys all ditch left-wing media. CNN, this is how CNN's headline put it. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. No way. Let me just show you. No way. I don't believe you have to see it. I can't pull this up because we're on a special moment right now. I don't know if you can take this on camera one here, Philip. Let's see if I can hold that up there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. Like he tripped, like Biden. Right. There wasn't a bullet that hit him in his head. So there is nothing yet that we know about the shooter at this stage. We don't know anything about the shooter, according to law enforcement. So, guys, that's where we are right now. Thank you guys for joining us on this special edition. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. We were not going to do this special edition on this Saturday. J.J. Carroll is here. We're doing a big interview on his new documentary, This is Treason, about the unbelievable amount of illegal immigration pouring across the U.S. border, the stories that he's been traveling across the United States, listening to and hearing, both from former members of the CIA, from law enforcement, other Customs and Border Protection agents across the country, the child sex trafficking angle of all of this. So we were set to sit down and do an interview about that. And as JJ was sitting down with us, President Trump shot an assassination attempt against his life. So thank you guys so much for joining us here on this special edition. And now JJ listens to which is thank you all for joining us on this special edition here. Thanks.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini-priced pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Choose.
Is it just me or has it been really hot lately? Like, hotter than hell, I'd say.
The month of June marked 13 straight months of record heat around the globe. In addition, Europe's climate service says global temperatures have now been 1.5 degrees Celsius warmer than pre-industrial times for a year straight. This as a long-running heat wave continues to shatter records in the U.S.
And you mentioned records. All of this, I assume, quite unusual.
It is unusual. You know, a heat wave of a few days is not, but a heat dome where it sets up and it really gets stuck in the atmosphere, this is more unusual. We used to see them maybe once a decade, and now we're seeing them every few years, if not more. You get a ridge of high pressure in the upper atmosphere, and essentially that creates a dome trapping the warmer air. And it does tend to spread over a very large geographical area.
And you'd think with how hot it is and all the heat records that have been constantly broken, people would start opening their eyes when it comes to climate change. But as we all know, a certain demographic of the US does not think climate change is real. And they also happen to be the same people who don't like any sort of regulation because their rich overlords said it's bad. Have you heard this joke? 6 of the Supreme Court justices walk into a bar and they each order a drink, and then die shortly after of botulism because there are no regulations. In late June, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision that is going to have enormous consequences for all Americans and the rest of the world the U.S. so happens to share a planet with. I know, if you could get your own planet, you would. They voted to overturn a 40-year precedent, going back to the Reagan administration. It's called the Chevron deference. And this ruling will affect everything from pollution limits to consumer protections in the US. Basically, it guts federal agencies' ability to regulate industries. How it was supposed to work, or how it did work, like say the FDA says, hey, let's keep baby food safe because we like babies. The FDA might then determine that too much arsenic.
I'm 40 calories. Like you're actually fucking retarded.
In baby food is a problem that's settled because of how much arsenic can be in there. Now, if a baby food company didn't want to comply with that law, maybe because it was too expensive to make sure there was no arsenic in it or whatever, they might then sue the government. But Chevron deference said that the court deferred to the government agency's interpretation of the law when rules were sufficiently vague, since the FDA had experts on staff who were best positioned to set the standard. So, if the FDA interpreted the law to mean no more arsenic in baby food at all because we don't want dead babies, courts would accept that definition and force it on the companies. But by overturning this, the U.S. Supreme Court is saying that judges are better equipped to make those calls than federal agencies who have experts on staff in the field that they are overseeing. We see the problem with this, right? Basically, what they've done is strip federal agencies of a tool that they have been able to use to keep human beings safe against corporate greed. Because these companies don't care about the planet, they care about their bottom dollar. So we need government agencies to stop them from doing certain actions. We need to keep corporations accountable for the actions that they do. And the Supreme Court is saying, nah, it's cool. But then there are a lot of people on this planet who don't really care about the planet they live on because they're just here for a short time and plan on spending eternity in heaven's perfect climate. Or if you do believe in all this science, climate change nonsense, then you're probably going to go to a place that is way hotter than any of these heat waves anyway.
Now, I don't want you to get frightened, but it's my responsibility to teach you this. Today's topic will be hell. Oh, all right.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for liking and subscribing and commenting and all the other awesome stuff you do because you're awesome people. I put the links down below for the merch and for the Patreon and for all the social medias. So check us all out. Check it out. Check it out. It's hot.
Is it hot in here? I feel hot. Are you guys hot?
According to pop culture, there are many different reasons why someone might deserve hell.
They're doing the show to a recording? That's off-Broadway blasphemy.
Yep, and they're gonna burn in hell for it.
Mommy said never get a chance to use this. I guess Mommy can burn in hell.
Grandma, what are you doing here?
Oh, I cursed and said, damn, in 1958 when I saw your grandfather being shot in the head by that rotten burglar.
That seems a little bit unreasonable. I don't think you should be in hell for that.
And there are certain areas of hell that are reserved for very specific sins.
If you take sexual advantage of her, you're going to burn in a very special level of hell. A level they reserve for child and people who talk at the theater.
How could you do this to my Barbies? You know there's a special place in hell for women who don't help other women.
There's a special place in hell for gays that encourage women not to support other women.
I know. It's called Bravo, and we're doing amazing on it.
Stealing from the poor? There's a special place in hell.
Yeah, or maybe like the worst part of heaven.
But in Christianity, there seems to be just one thing that will guarantee you a spot in hell, and that is not believing in the right God in the right way. But apparently, churches don't like talking about hell anymore.
There is an unwritten rule in churches. The unwritten rule is if you want people happy and you want them coming back, don't talk about politics, don't talk about money, and don't talk about hell. The good news is we're going to save politics and money for another day. The bad news is we're actually going to talk about hell.
Well, churches like talking about how other churches don't like talking about hell anymore.
What most people want to avoid is especially the idea of hell, and I've noticed a lot of preachers don't like to talk about hell. It's certainly generally in the church. Over, pass by, ignore. There are those who claim to be preachers who don't ever talk about hell, wouldn't talk about hell, avoid it at all costs. When the truth is the first thing that we talk about when we talk about the gospel. This is about salvation from hell.
I mean, I guess if you really believe that hell exists, it's kind of weird to never talk about it, right? You would think that you'd want to warn everybody about it all the time. Unless you think that maybe it portrays your God as a vindictive, vicious being who threatens people to follow him or else. In that case, I could see wanting to avoid the topic.
And I know some of you are questioning, preacher, why preach on hell to our enlightened generation?
I don't think that many people think that this generation is too enlightened. Unless you're talking about Gen Z or Gen Alpha, those guys are cool. But as millennials and up, we continue to show our stupidity on a daily basis.
The answer is because our enlightened generation is turning America into hell on earth. What we're experiencing right now is moral and spiritual insanity. Mass killings of innocent school children are transforming our public schools into a slaughterhouse.
Does he think that other countries in the world that don't have nearly as many school shootings as the U.S. is because those other countries preach hell more than the United States of America, home of the most fundamentalist Christian churches? And this is the same mindset that they have towards climate change, because it's a God issue, it's a spirit issue, it's a no, do something here.
We have kicked God out of our public schools, period. We have mocked the Ten Commandments with its simplistic rules. One of them is thou shalt not kill, which is something public schools could desperately use now.
Yeah, that'll fix it. That's way better. I'm going to start a series shortly on the Ten Commandments. And no, it's not simplistic or practical. Most of it is about how God is the best, and you better admit that.
America must have a moral and spiritual revival.
From fishing rod to fork,
with a generous helping of laughter along the way.
Nice pass, sir. 200 feet up in the air and about 4 feet forward.
Indigenous and European cuisine, a match made in culinary heaven.
And I was not allowed to say hell as a kid.
So, what did you children learn about today? Hell. Well, that's what we learned about. As sure as hell can't tell you we learned about hell unless I say hell, can I?
Any of you grow up like that? So what we would say was HE double hockey sticks. Does anybody remember that? This is going to date me, and forgive me, but for those of you about my age, do any of you remember going to class and getting your calculator and typing 7734 on the calculator and turning it upside down? If you're in my age range, remember?
No, I would do decimal 7734, so it would say hello, because I was a good Christian boy.
Raise your hand, yeah. There was actually a couple of other things that you could type in upside down, but we're going to save that for an entirely different message.
They use it sort of as a field word, right? Or an X with it. They'll say things like, "What in the hell are you doing?" And there's no need to put that word in there. You can just say, "What are you doing?" But it's like a fill word.
Oh, hell. Bart, you're no longer in Sunday school. Don't swear.
If I were the devil, I would try to convince you that hell is not a real place. Or at least to try to convince you not to take it seriously.
Or if someone was trying to convince you that something did exist that there was no evidence for, they would make up a story about someone who was trying to hide that evidence for the existence. You know, like the basis for all conspiracy theories.
Because if I could convince you that hell isn't real, or don't take it seriously, then what would you do? Then you can live however you want.
And we can say whatever the hell we want.
You could justify your sin. You could reject Christ with no fear of God, live a ridiculously self-centered life, craving comfort, rejecting sacrifice, avoiding persecution, and loving this world that does not last. Which is honestly what so many people do today.
It's not novel. If you convince yourself that God exists, then you can hate whoever you want to hate because God justifies it. You can act however you want because God forgives you. You can do nothing of value and still feel like you are superior to other people who don't believe in that God. Okay, so preachers don't talk about it. It's a bad word. But what is hell?
You have a couple of descriptive words that talk about what that experience will be like. Fire doesn't sound fun. Punishment doesn't sound fun. It sounds painful to me. Do you know that I've had people laugh at me when I bring up the idea of hell, especially in relationship to them?
Yes, I believe that. For people who don't believe in hell, it's a ridiculous concept.
Hell, I'm looking forward to hell. I've had people tell me that. I'm looking forward to hell. Well, why is that, sir? Because all my friends are going to be in hell. Okay, you need new friends, but it's no good reason for you to go. And now you go, no, all my friends are going to be in hell, and we're going to party. You ever heard that?
No.
Yeah, I've just heard about this. That's where all the fun is, hell. Dumb, bad idea. Scrap that idea.
Bad idea, G.
That's not them saying that hell is real and then saying that it's going to be a party. That's them making fun of him. But they're saying that if someone like this guy is heaven, that can't be that great of a place, and they would rather be where their friends are.
Consider some of the word pictures of the New Testament for what it would be like. And as you consider these, don't commit the folly of saying, well, those are just symbols. fire and brimstone, that's symbolic language.
Fire and brimstone coming down from the sky.
The reason I say don't commit the folly of saying that is because it won't serve your purpose. I know what you're trying to do, and it won't work. You're trying to make it less. And guess what? Symbols are less than reality, not more. Suppose fire is a symbol. Do people use symbols of horror because the reality is less horrible or more horrible?
Either. Hyperbole is a good tool for emphasis.
I don't know anyone who uses symbolic language for horrible realities when the literal language would make it sound more horrible. What would be the point of that? People grasp for symbols. You all do. People grasp for symbols of horror or beauty because the reality they're trying to describe is worse or better than the symbols.
What?
And they're doing the best they can to get it across.
Hell is a terrible place. Maggots are your sheet, worms your blanket. There's a lake of fire burning with sulfur. You'll be tormented day and night forever and ever. As a matter of fact, if you actually saw hell, you'd be so frightened you would die.
Hell was created for Satan and his demons. Now they are immaterial beings, so fire wouldn't affect them. And it seemed to me that those are metaphors to communicate destruction, and they could be metaphors that have opposite connotations. If you have fire in the air, they can seem to be in conflict. So I don't think they're literal, but that doesn't mean to communicate that they're not serious or this is not a place that you don't want to go. It is a place you don't want to go, but I think that they are metaphors. As we said earlier, hell is literally separation from God. That's what it means. And it's described as a place of destruction. Fire is destructive. Being in a bottomless pit would be destructive. Being in a perpetually burning dump would be destructive. So it's meant to communicate destruction rather than to say that there's literal fire or literal darkness.
So human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Revelation 14 describes it as they will drink of the wine of God's fury, which has been poured out full strength into the cup of his wrath. And it says it will be tormented, and there is no rest day or night. Does that sound like a party to you?
Yeah.
Does that sound like a party you want to go to?
Kind of.
No. Did you know that 7 times when Jesus Christ spoke of hell, he spoke of it this way: there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Or sometimes there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Wouldn't you eventually get used to it, like in a hot tub? No. Yes, Bob. Are there planets in hell? Yes. Thousands of them. Oh, baby.
Sounds to me that no matter what this place literally is, we all agree that it's the worst possible place you could ever go to. So the question is, if God loves us, if we are God's children, then how the hell would a loving God be okay with us going to this terrible place?
And the big question that we're going to answer today is, why would a loving God send people to hell? Think about it. You're like, God is love, and you don't know Jesus, so burn forever, where the worm never dies and there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. That doesn't sound very loving. It doesn't sound like something that a loving God would do. So let's talk about hell.
Big lie that's been growing on the earth, especially over the last 10, 20 years, where people are teaching that because God is a loving God, he will not punish people. People say if God is loving, then there's no way he would create a hell. There's no way he would punish people. He's loving. Maybe in the Old Testament he used to be that way, but in the New Testament, no, it's changing. You guys,
There is a huge difference between punishing people according to the crimes that they commit and punishing people with the worst possible pain imaginable for all of eternity.
Ever since the beginning of this book, God has made it clear that he's a God of judgment. Soon after he created man, he cursed the earth. He cursed Adam and Eve for their disobedience.
I cursed Steve. You know, I cursed your fucking heart today.
True, maybe that is the problem. Maybe it's wrong to ever think that God is love.
Internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Zen. Your data more secure. Your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily.
In order to address the question of a loving God sending someone to hell, we need to define a few terms and correct a few wrong assumptions.
But anyone who's ever been in a relationship knows that you have to judge love based on actions, not just words.
Our definitions must be biblical and our assumptions must be correct. We must first define the term loving God. This phrase assumes some things about God, and answering the question at hand according to flawed assumptions leads to wrong conclusions.
Right. Who could understand the concept of love without the Oxford English Dictionary?
You want me to grab a dictionary?
Our culture defines a loving God as a completely non-confrontational being who tolerates anything we want to do.
Okay, citation needed here. I would argue that people understand what love is. And when Christians tell people that God loves them or Jesus loves them, they aren't anticipating having to take out a dictionary so people understand what they are referring to when they say love.
But that is not a biblical definition. 1 John chapter 4, verse 16 says that God is love. That means that he does not possess love as we do. He is the very definition of love, and therefore cannot do anything that is unloving. The law of non-contradiction states that something cannot be both true and untrue at the same time. So, if God is love, then he cannot be at the same time unloving. So, the first fallacy presented in the question, how can a loving God send someone to hell, is the idea that allowing people to go to hell is an unloving act on God's part. If we humans decide that God is somehow wrong to allow unrepentant sinners to pay their deserved penalty, then we have declared that we are more loving than God is. We have set ourselves up as God's judge and jury, and in doing so have closed the door to deeper understanding.
But if God is the definition of love, would that imply that he would be loving for us to do anything that God has done? It would be loving for us to send bears to poor children.
Fucking character, fucking hero.
We're simply talking about the same word having two meanings. We're talking about a homonym. We might as well be comparing spring the season to the springs in a clock. What's even the point? So sure, God is love, but this version of love is as close to the tennis term love as it is to the way anybody would understand love.
How could God send a good person to hell? This is a tough question.
I would say, how could a good God send anyone to hell? But sure, go ahead. Tell us why there are no good people.
Well, here's a few things that might help wrestle with this. Number one, is there any such thing as a good person?
Yes. Babies, children, people who say, "Ooh, just gonna scooch past you there." In the store, the guy from the Six Flags ads.
The Bible certainly says no. Jesus said it's out of the heart heart.
Well, I'm just gonna scoop past you there.
Anger and sloth from the heart is fallen and it's broken.
Gotta be Canadian.
Paul in Romans 3 said nobody does good. No one does. In fact, if you just look at human history in the 20th century alone, it's clear that masses of human beings have contributed to great evil. If we look at our own hearts, all of us know we've done things that are not right. There is nobody who's good. So God doesn't send good people to hell because nobody's good.
So if there are no good people, what is even the point of hell at all? It's not to dissuade people because you can't help but be bad. It can't be justified to punish someone with hell who can't help but sin.
Just don't fucking rape people. Didn't I just write that one down for you?
In a just way, it can't be for something that they are incapable of not doing. It can't be to separate people from other people and stop them from harm because they're already dead. So it seems to only be out of the wrath of an angry God, a spiteful God who can't stand what he created. He created broken people and then is mad at them for being broken.
That we, in our purest essence, are not good. We've all messed up.
No, I think you're a psychopath.
We've all sinned.
Like,
every single one of us. Scripture says, Romans 3:23, for all of us, that includes you, includes me, all of us have fallen short. We've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
I've always tried to be
Somebody sit back and
helpful.
oh, I'm a good person. I got a good heart.
Like, yeah,
Let's
but
just play a little game.
I do.
Raise your hand if you've
I'm a
ever
good
lied.
person, too good of a person.
Lift it up. 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 Okay, if someone doesn't have their hand there, just look at them.
What?
Just look at them. Just give them that look. Just look at them like this. Just think it. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Hanging from a telephone wire. 7734, upside down. Okay.
I've never even liked my parents.
Raise your hand if you've ever stolen anything.
Well, I do now.
Okay, don't raise your hand on this one. I'm going to give you a pass. Raise your eyebrows at me if you've ever lusted.
But this is what the doctrine of hell is for, isn't it? It's to make people feel like awful, disgusting pieces of trash without God, without this religion. To say that you are a lying, stealing adulterer who deserves eternal punishment. But if they sign up now, they are in God's family and they are dearly loved and valued.
And don't worry,
and
they
they
don't
get a
video.
set of steak knives.
There are many roads to hell. Many roads to hell. In one sense, every sinner goes
Like,
there
Temple
on the
Boy?
road of his own sinful choices.
Not choices, though. We've already established that you have no choice not to sin. Everybody sins.
Many roads to hell. Any sin, every sin creates a road that arrives at hell.
You don't go to hell just because you don't believe in Jesus. You go to hell because you've sinned. It would be like
Really?
saying
'Cause I don't
you
think that's what
died
they're
because you
saying.
didn't go to the doctor. No, you don't die because you didn't go to the doctor. You die because you have a disease. Now, you might be able to prevent dying by going to the doctor, and you certainly can prevent eternal death by going to the great physician, but you don't go to hell just because you don't believe in Jesus. You go to hell because you've sinned. Now, you can obviously, as I say, prevent that by going to Christ, who has paid for our salvation.
But not going to the doctor is a factor, which is why I believe so strongly in universal healthcare. When people can't afford to go to the doctor, they don't get diagnosed, they don't get treatment, and they die.
Like his mom.
So yes, in a sense, they've died because they didn't go to the doctor. They died because they didn't have money. That's disgusting. And it's a good analogy here because God could save everyone, and he doesn't, which is also disgusting. Because remember that he created us flawed, sinful creatures. He put us in the garden. He made the tree we weren't supposed to eat from. He put us near that tree. He made the talking snake and put it in that garden. He made us without the knowledge of good and evil, and then was angry when we didn't understand whether something was good or evil. And also he made hell. And then he made it so the human sacrifice of his son only covered the sins of the people that, even though at the fall of man, that affected all things. But the cure couldn't affect all humans.
things for some reason.
So the more you make decisions exclusively based on self-interest, the more you will become a self-interested creature and less interested in God or other people. After a lifetime of doing that, a person may find themselves utterly self-interested and utterly closed off from God or from other people. Their training in self-interest will be complete, and God will let them have their reward. He won't force any other kind of outcome on them. He will let them have their reward, which is themselves and only themselves.
So every single person who has ever went to hell was self-absorbed, only cared about themselves, only made decisions based on their own self-interests. There are no selfless, loving people who fed the hungry, took care of the sick, fought for the downtrodden, but happened to just choose the wrong religion or happen to not be convinced that God is real. There are none of those people in hell. Every single person is self-interest and self-absorbed, because I know too many kind, amazing people who happen to not be Christians to accept that as an excuse.
This is one way of understanding hell. A person can be closed off to everything that is good and meaningful in life. And this isolation means no love, no hope, and no meaningful exchanges with others, whether they be God, because they've trained themselves to reject these things. This is the torment and the wretchedness and the despair of damnation.
How can a loving God send someone to help concerns the word send, which denotes an action only on the part of the sender. If a man sends a letter, sends a request, or sends a gift, all action was done by that man. Action was taken on the part of the letter, request, or gift. However, this understanding of the word send cannot be applied to the question at hand, because God has given human beings freedom to participate in their life choices and eternal destinations. John chapter 3, verses 16 through 18. The way this question is worded implies that if to hell, it is the result of God's unilateral action, and the person being sent to hell is a passive victim. Such an idea completely disregards the personal responsibility God has entrusted each of us.
How could it be about freedom and free will if it's impossible to be a good person, if it's impossible not to meet his standards?
Have you duped yourself? Loving God would never send anyone to a place as horrible as hell. You're exactly right. God has never sent anyone, no one, not ever, not one soul to hell. You go there because you rejected the redemption of Jesus Christ on the cross. You sent yourself there.
Rejecting something that you have no reason to. You aren't rejecting something if you were simply raised in a different religion. He believes that Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses are also going to hell, but they believe in Jesus' sacrifice.
Where are you going to be? 5 seconds.
I'll probably be in the same place I was 5 last breath. No, unless I died in a skydiving accident, then I would be on the ground and not in the air just above the ground.
But second, does God send anyone to hell? C.S. Lewis is right in his book, The Great Divorce.
Well, he wasn't.
He says, in the end, there's really only 2 kinds of people. Those who say to God, thy will be done, and those to whom God says, thy will be done. Choose it.
Okay, cool. Then that was easy.
They might say, why on earth would anybody choose hell? Well, what Lewis says is we make these small daily decisions that distance us from God. I've had people tell me straight up that, look, I'm going to commit some sin. If I have to continue in that sin, if that's going to keep me away from God, then
in more than just where he sends us at. He's unjust in what he calls sin. My friend used that line because someone told him that it was a sin to continue to have a relationship with his daughter after she came out as gay. So he said to them, so be it, send us both to hell. That's not an admission that he wants to go to hell or he believes that hell is real. It's pointing out that threatening hell for something like that is ridiculous.
A famous atheist version is not true. I will not in God. The human ability to claim autonomy is powerful. And if we don't want to believe in God, God will let us not believe in him.
Yes, because we don't want people using lies about us to try to win new converts. We don't want to be part of your scam. We searched for the truth before we were on our deathbeds. We know that it's way more likely that somebody will make up a false deathbed conversion story than for us to suddenly get convincing new evidence at the very last second.
Thing about God you need to know. God is pro-choice. When it comes to salvation, God lets people where they want to go. And if they don't want anything to do with God, I want nothing to do with God. God's not going to force you to be in heaven where he is all the time. He'll let you and respect your choice.
There are plenty of people who have no desire whatsoever to hang out with me. But you know what I don't do? Is I don't light them on fire for that and then say it was their choice because they didn't want to hang out with me. But
and he is just. He is just. He must punish sin. Let me say it again. He is holy and he is just. And because he is just, he must punish sin. But he's not just. He's also love.
At the same time, I know from working criminal trials that if I don't seek justice, the killer in jail for the rest of his life and punish him, send a killer to death row. If you didn't do that, if you didn't seek justice for the victim's family, you are actually doing harm to the victim's family. How loving would it be to those who aren't Hitler if they're to receive the exact same consequence as Hitler?
Okay, first of all, everyone, according to these people, deserves the same punishment as Hitler. Hell is a punishment for Satan and his demons, right? They're not down there punishing people, they're also punished.
I'll pierce you with my evil pitchfork. Nah.
That's made out of cardboard, man.
You know what? I put a lot of work into this thing. Just leave. I actually don't want you here now. Just get out of here. Get out of here. Go away.
So are there angels down there punishing people? Because it is separation from God, from the good. So yeah, it sounds to me like Hitler or a kid who told a lie are both thrown in the pit to be forgotten, along with Satan and his demons.
How loving would it be to the family that was victimized by a serial killer if ultimately the justice of God treats them the exact same way as the serial killer? Do you see the problem with this?
Well, if Saul can place his faith in Jesus and then go on the rest of his life showing other people how to follow this Jesus, planting churches, writing the New Testament scriptures, the majority of our letters in the New Testament, is it possible for someone like Jeffrey Dahmer or someone worse to place their faith in Jesus towards the end of their life? And I think technically speaking, it is possible.
The system that is set up, according to Christianity, is that you can try your hardest to do good, treat people well, work tirelessly to make this world a better place, but don't expect you will burn in hell forever. But on the other hand, you are the most disgusting person ever, but if you say the right words at the very end of your life, God will shoot you straight to heaven.
We were talking about a man that I think God saved. His name was Jeffrey Dahmer. You know who Jeffrey Dahmer was? Did you guys talk about that in Sunday school, Chris?
We didn't quite.
Didn't quite. Okay. We did in our Sunday school because teens like to talk about cannibals. Jeffrey Dahmer murdered people and ate them. And you say, Pastor, that's disgusting. Why do you talk about that? Because I want you to understand that that's an awful thing. You ever understand that that's not okay? I wouldn't like it if it was you. Let's put it that way. If you have a relative, come on in. And there's some right up here. Or a relative that was murdered and eaten, you'd have some hard feelings toward Jeffrey Dahmer. Does everybody agree about that today? You say, Pastor, I mean, the man we just had unnatural desires, and you got to forgive. You wouldn't forgive him if it was you or someone you loved. You'd have some major problems with him. Do you know that Jeffrey Dahmer, his father, even though he was just a wicked, things that he did that I could not say today. I wouldn't speak the things that he did. He did unspeakable wickedness. His father loved him enough that his father, when he was in prison, he had an 800-something year sentence. His father sent him some gospel literature that just told him how that he could be forgiven for his sin. And Jeffrey Dahmer, and I believe based on his own testimony, was saved. He was what he called born again.
But she says, oh, how could God forgive somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer? And how could Christians forgive somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer and say that he might have come to Christ if he did all this mean stuff? That's okay, putting it a little bit lightly. He did all this.
Yeah, maybe backpedal a bit. Might even be better to stop and re-record that because you sound like an asshole.
Terrible stuff to these people from different ethnicities and all this. And it's like, yeah, I get that. But also, like, Christianity is forgiveness and restoration and people repenting and turning to Christ. It's not like we're approving of what somebody did in their past and saying that's all yippee skippy. It's like, no, you need to kind of repent from that and recant bad stuff in your past.
Just, kind of repent or whatever for the assaults, murders, and cannibalism.
Well, that was a ride. But, at the end of the day, God can save anybody. I don't know if Jeffrey Dahmer is in heaven or he's not. And I think speculating about it isn't super helpful because we just don't know. But at the end of the day, what I'm convinced of is our standard of goodness is often distorted. And we will compare ourselves to other people claiming that we're good people.
James, what about the apparent injustice of punishment for finite sins? And again, when thought of that way, infinite seems to really tip the scales when compared to something finite. So I would say a few things about this. When we think of infinity, we seem to have an idea in our minds of quantity, like infinity is really big and finite really small. But infinity isn't a measure of quantity, and so it can't be compared to finite in this same way. And
yes, it is. I have messed up my understanding of infinity channel, but as far as I can tell, it is a measure of quantity. It just is so unfathomably large that it can't be measured the same way as something finite can be.
The reason is you can't add or subtract anything to infinity. Like, what's infinity plus 1? It's not affected by it. But you can do that with finite quantities.
Yes, because that is how large infinity is. That doesn't mean it's not large. That doesn't mean it's not a measurement of quantity just because we can't fit it into our brains or understand how that works. But that's just a testament to how unjust this system is.
It's not the same kind of thing as a mathematical, which means that you can't really compare the two like we just did. It's like comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, in that apples and oranges are both fruits.
I find a better understanding of this concept is one of finality. So an eternal outcome is another way of saying a final outcome. It's the end result to change, as we saw with that mathematical demonstration. Add or subtract anything to infinity. It's an unchanging reality.
But first and foremost, the ultimate reality of our sin is that it's against God. And the reason why eternal punishment is the only just consequence for our sin is because we're sinning against an infinite God. What is the only way to justly punish someone who has committed cosmic treason against an infinitely holy and infinitely loving being? God has loved you infinitely.
Obviously not infinite. If he can turn his back on you for eating shellfish or loving someone he doesn't want you to love or questioning his methods, that sounds like a very finite love.
He created you. He made you. He sustains you. Your heart is beating right now because of God. You're breathing right now because of God.
Quick question. This you?
Like, I walk around my neighborhood and it's not shades of, white and brown. Who cares? No, it's like full straight up Hindu garb at our neighborhood swimming pool that my daughter is asking. I'm trying to explain. She's like, what, like, and I don't even know what country I'm in my own neighborhood. I don't know where I am. It's, I mean, the number of, when we go on a family walk, Hindu, all these different, but religions with visible religious outfits on. And, the same thing, like when we go to Costco, I'm like, where am I? And so like it's rare. Like we'll go on a family walk and every now and then we'll pass by, a white family and has more than one kid. And I see it. I'm like, I don't want to be this way. But I feel like this like small sense of relief. Like I see you. He has provided things for you. He has lavished his blessings upon you. This is the infinite God, infinite in all his attributes, infinite in his holiness, infinite in his love, infinite in all these things. Cosmic treason against this God. The only way to justly punish a crime against an infinite being is with an infinite punishment, an eternal punishment.
But why does a crime against an infinite being require finite consequences? What's the precedent here? If you commit a crime against the state, is the how old that state is? Or is it based on the crime?
Enough. I mean, if sins are committed in a finite realm, how can the punishment be infinite? Keep going and going and going and going. The only reason we would ask that is because we do not understand how offensive sin is to a perfectly holy God. See, we can't figure that out. Why that? It's not that bad to you, but to a holy God, that is so utterly offensive.
Many of you know that I have a cat. You know that sometimes cats can be brats, like as I clawing at my leg because he wants me to stop recording and cuddle with him in front of the TV. There have been many methods that people have tried over the years to discipline cats. People try spraying them with water or shaking coins in a can at them and way worse stuff. But the problem is that cats don't associate any of that behavior with the thing that they are being disciplined for. They are just associating that awful thing, spraying or awful noise, with the person doing the action. So they keep doing what they were doing because they are cats who do what they also stop liking the person who's doing that stuff to them. But if we don't understand what the punishment is for or why it is so harsh, of course we're going to look negatively on one who says we deserve it. Because isn't God's power more than the power dynamic between a cat guy and his cat? Maybe God should have just gotten sea monkeys or something instead of humans. He definitely doesn't seem responsible enough to take care of them.
Put that down. No!
Give the bottle to Michael.
No!
Give the bottle to Michael.
No. Just keep your eyes on the road. Give me the bottle or you're fired. You can't fire me. I don't work in this van.
First of all, the duration of the period it takes to commit a crime doesn't necessarily mean that the punishment is that duration. For example, you could take 2 seconds to kill someone, but your punishment is not 2 seconds. Punishment for sin against may require an eternal punishment. And thirdly, the idea that you stop sinning in hell isn't necessarily the right idea. I think that you probably do continue, if you're conscious, to sin in hell by continually rejecting the eternal being. So you're not just being paid, or you're not just being punished for your temporal sin, you're also being punished for your eternal rejection of that eternal being.
Wait, so sin?
Let me tell you something. I believe are more sinful in hell than they were on earth. Because their sin on earth is mitigated to some degree. Necessarily mitigated. Everybody can't be as wicked as he would choose to be here, because there are consequences. There are restraints. There are expectations. But in hell, there are none. Everybody is as evil as he can be. They undergo a punishment of fire. And this judgment, according to verse 15, is on the ungodly for all their ungodly deeds, which they've done in an ungodly way, and all the harsh things the ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Used repeatedly there, and when they get to hell, they're just as they ever were, in fact, more so in that environment without constraint, and continue to be punished because they continue everlastingly their rebellion.
If you ask somebody, why does God allow people to keep sinning on earth even when that sin affects other people in horrifying ways? Ask any pastor, any theologian, or any apologist this, and they will tell you that it is because of free will. So what these people are saying is that there is still free will in hell. Which brings up a problem when it comes to heaven. If you can't sin in heaven, does that mean there is less freedom in heaven than there is in hell? And the other problem is, what about people who are in heaven but have loved ones who ended up in hell? My parents were very loving people who I miss much. My parents loved God. They loved Jesus. They had faith that they would go to heaven when they died. If they were right, if they are in heaven, and I die and I end up in hell, how could they enjoy heaven knowing that I am going through that?
One of the most troubling questions that I hear constantly is, if I go to heaven, how can I possibly be happy if I know that my loved one is not there? Well, first of all, I want to say that heaven is dwelling in the eternal presence of God. In other words, we are stripped of all sin. We are stripped of all depravity. We are stripped of an evil conscience. We are stripped of guilt. We are brought into what is referred to as that heavenly state, where God has promised to wipe away every tear from our eyes, where there is no more death, where there is no more sorrow, where there is
hell from heaven.
None of our loved ones will be in hell. Only some whom we once loved. Our love for our companions in heaven will be directly linked to God, the central object of our love. We will see him in them. We will not love those in hell, because when we see Jesus, we will love only and will only want whatever and whatever pleases and glorifies and reflects him. What we loved in those who died without Christ was God's beauty. We once saw in them. When God forever withdraws from them, I think they'll no longer bear his image and no longer reflect his beauty. People without God, they'll be stripped of all love. Therefore, paradoxically, in a sense, they will not be the people.
Okay, so how is that them still? The things you cared about, the people you loved, the emotions you felt, that's all part of who you are. So my parents who loved people and cared about people with all their hearts are no longer themselves, but a stripped away vessel that only praises God and doesn't think for themselves, that is incapable of doing certain actions that they could do on earth. So either way, if there's an afterlife or not, they're gone.
But what about second chances? Isn't God a God of mercy? Don't we always hear about this? Well, yes, of course, but at a certain point, there needs to be an accounting of our lives. At a certain point, the curtain has to fall, the whistle has to blow, the buzzer has to sound, and if it doesn't, then it's all meaningless and pointless. To insist that life go on ad infinitum without any ultimate consequence for the measure of how we live our lives is to render life meaningless. That never ended, so all of the points scored that were required didn't actually contribute to anything. There would be no point in playing a game like that. Life acquires the meaning that it does because it is all moving towards a definite finality, which makes right now important and meaningful. If we be a real possibility of heaven, then the trial has to end at some point, and that means that there also has to be a real possibility of hell.
Life isn't a competition. It isn't a test. played a game with your friends where you didn't keep score? You just throw the ball around or toss the frisbee? We know that there's still value in that activity, even though no points are kept. I get that some people do see life as a competition. They think money or objects or influence is the scorecard, but it's not. It ends whether you keep score or not. And we all end in the same place. The place where we were before we were born. Nowhere. There is no one standard for a life well lived because we all have different lives. But these people want it to be a competition with points and a judge because they want to be told they played the game well. And if you need the fear of hell to get more people to join, that's a problem.
So what you're saying is there's a downside to the afterlife. How does one steer clear of this abode of the damned?
But God showed us his great love. He showed his great love for us by sending Christ to die for us while we were still sinners.
If you're born once, you will die twice. If you're born twice, you'll only die once. If you're born once physically, you'll die physically. And if you're born physically and born spiritually, you die once. And if the Lord comes back, you won't die at all. But even if you die, like Jesus said, whoever believes in me will live.
Most people think they can persuade people on the way to hell to change by the style of their wardrobe, the style of their music, kind of environment they create. If they don't listen to Scripture, they will not be persuaded. Scripture is the only persuasive means that the Holy Spirit uses to regenerate and rescue souls from hell.
But for those who want to be forgiven and be with God in eternal life, God has sent his son, Jesus Christ, if we will simply believe.
The fear of hell is meant to lead people to Christ, to lead people to their team, but we all know that it does way more than that. Fear is a tremendous motivator, but it is also a cause of anxiety, depression, ulcers, nervous tics. Listen to Pastor Craig here talk about how he was afraid of hell when he was a kid.
Kind of knew hell was a big idea, and it was probably a really hot and bad place, and I didn't want to go there. So what I would do is I remember as a kid praying sometimes, God, don't send me to hell, don't send me to hell, don't send me to hell, don't send me to hell. And I would pray that over and over and over again until I would fall asleep. Then I would wake up and I'd realize I didn't give God a 10-4 good buddy in Jesus. Surely, if I had died in my sleep, like that horrible prayer, God, if I die before I wake, you know that prayer? If I had died before I wake, God would have sent me to hell. So what I did is I would pray, this is true story, I would pray, don't send me to hell, don't send me to hell, don't send me to hell. And then I would give God extra amens. Here's amen, 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 amen. In case I forget, here's an amen, amen, amen. And then I would multiply them. I say amen, 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 times, amen, 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 times. I have so many amens stored up in heavenly places. If you're ever and fall asleep and forget to sign off, you can draw on my amens in heavenly places. And I make light of that, but the reality is I was really, really afraid of hell. What I want to do today is I want to try to, through Scripture, get an understanding of hell.
And instead of realizing just how messed up that is, and not wanting any other kid to ever have to go through that, he is passing that fear on to the next generation. I remember times in my life of being so scared that God was going to send me to hell because I died without asking for forgiveness for a sin I just did, or that I finally did the unforgivable sin, or that I didn't say the believer's prayer right, or that my baptism didn't count. And I would pray and give my life to again and again, begging that he would hear me and accept me, and if I died in my sleep, that he wouldn't send me to hell.
It's a Lisa. Beats the hell out of me.
But it works for its purpose. It keeps people in place. It stops people from asking too many questions. It stops people from leaving the faith. It makes people say that, well, this part of the Bible makes no sense, but I'm afraid what will happen if I start questioning things. These people who I'm supposed to be brothers in Christ with are doing some terrible stuff, but I can't distance myself from them too far because I don't want to risk burning in hell. That hell is a very real, very serious, holds on strong. But the good news is it isn't real. Like everything else about that religion or any religion. It was created by people with a purpose. It's a tool designed for live your life free, live your life filled with the definition of love. You don't need to shove a dictionary in someone's face for. Hey everybody, thank you so much for making it this far. If you know somebody who may benefit from watching it, send it their way. And as always, I love you dearly.
Work, Sky Moon. You already know I was working, and then you annoyed me until I came over here to cuddle with you. You know about that? Go back to work. Like, what's the time limit on this cuddle session?
Mom died of breast cancer. And that's when he stopped being religious. And she thought that God would save her.
Oxygen, pretty important for human life. There's no price on it. Why? It's not scarce. Something like diamonds, not that important to human existence, yet has a huge price because the demand way outstrips the supply. The unique thing about scarcity and money is that money is all. I don't want to walk through one thread that all of this is me taking literally from you. So tell me where I go astray here. But this was a chain of events that I was like, oh my God, I now actually understand what's going on, and this is terrifying. So you've got World War II happens, and you've got people invading countries and raiding their gold stores, because why would you invade if you're not going to get something, if you can't steal something? These are your words. So you invade a country, you steal their gold. So people are like, fuck, I don't want to get invaded. So they started, or if I do, I don't want them to be able to steal my gold. So they started sending gold to the US. US ends up storing all this gold for people, has a massive amount of gold. And gold historically, basically money as we think of it, the tangible dollars and bills, you would store gold in a protected warehouse somewhere, and they would give you a paper that represented the amount of gold. So people, being savvy, started trading that because it's as good as gold, because you could go and cash it in. So now the US post World War II has all this gold coming in, and we then, after World War II, have the Bretton Woods convention. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but they say, hey, we've got all this gold now. We're going to make the dollar the central reserve currency, global reserve currency, excuse me. But it's all backed by all this gold that we have. So, hey, we're good. But in 1971, for reasons that you will have to explain, Nixon decided to take us off of the gold standard. So previously to that, if you had a dollar, you could actually go redeem it for gold. Yes. Now, you couldn't, and it was fiat. It was by decree. I say that this dollar has value, and therefore it has value. The problem is that's married to something that happened at some point in the early, in the Beast from Jekyll Island, where we decided to create a central bank, which isn't owned by the government, right? Correct. Which I still can't believe is true. The Federal Reserve is not the federal government. It's not federal, and it has no reserves. Something crazy. Like, this one, like, language matters. Well played. That's a very good way to get me think that this is the government. All right, so we now break with, we can literally print money. So as a guy that spent his whole life trying to make money, knows nothing about it, make the money, I think I am safe actually putting it under my bed, only to realize that there's actually somebody that has the ability to go print or go burr, right? And they makes more money, and therefore with more money floating around, you've got more people competing to buy that loaf of bread or whatever. So the cost goes up, as one would naturally expect. And so now, even though I theoretically have my assets are going up, and I have more money, but I either have this an illusion, or I actually have less buying power, and it's And so now we get into this crazy making loop of it seems like I should be getting ahead, but I'm not getting ahead. I think of inflation as being a natural act, but really in the background are people making these decisions, and we will grant them that they're being kind.
Yeah.
They're trying to do something nice. They're trying to level out volatility, if I had to guess, is actually their motivation. But they level out that volatility by creating debt cycles and devaluing.
So I'm supposed to tell you a joke, my favorite joke. I don't have a favorite joke.
Swear to God.
So I'm supposed to tell you a joke, my favorite joke. I don't have a favorite joke. I have a joke I really like, and I'm going to translate it. It's not originally in English. It's set in India. A man goes to a job interview, and he comes out, and his brother says to him, "So, how did it go?" And he says, "Well, I should have gone to an English-speaking school." And the friend says, "But why?" He says, "Well, because at the end of the interview, the madam, she asked me, 'Can you show us your testimonials?' मैंने शक के मैं गलत चीज दिखा दी थी. I'm worried I should." See you on the 23rd. So I'm supposed to tell you a joke, my favorite joke. I don't have a favorite joke. I have a joke I really like, and I'm going to translate it. It's not originally in English. It's set in India. A man goes to a job interview, and he comes out, and his brother says to him, "So, how did it go?" And he says, "Well, I should have gone to an English-speaking school." And the friend says, "But why?" He says, "Well, because at the end of the interview, the madam, she asked me, 'Can you show us your testimonials?' I'm worried I showed her the wrong thing." See you on the 23rd. So I'm supposed to tell you a joke, my favorite joke. I don't have a favorite joke. I have a joke I really like, and I'm going to translate it. It's not originally in English. It's set in India. A man goes to a job interview, and he comes out, and his brother says to him, "So, how did it go?" And he says,
All right, I'll tell you guys this story for a minute, but right now I'm going to tell you the most dumbest bull story about how I got canceled in Canada. You guys remember not too long ago when my song Ghost was on the radio? You ever wonder why I stopped talking about it? I won the biggest opportunity in Canadian radio. I was chosen as the one to watch in February, which means that my song Ghost was about to hit high rotation on Canada's biggest radio stations across the country, Kiss FM. Rogers Sports and Media owns Kiss FM. That's going to be important later. One day after the song hits the radio, I get this email. Sadly, Rogers are pulling one to watch as they have discovered insensitive comments that don't align with their values. I'm sorry, what? Hey, Rogers, is this Justin Trudeau live on air at Kiss FM? We're all lucky to be serving this country at this time. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, we're pretty sure it is. Rogers, bear with me here. You're canceling me from your radio station for insensitive comments, but you want Justin Trudeau on your radio show multiple times? Justin Trudeau did blackface, you idiots. All right, I've wanted to tell you guys this story for a minute, but right now I'm going to tell you the most dumbest bull about how I got canceled in Canada. You guys remember not too long ago when my song Ghost was on the radio? You ever wonder why I stopped talking about it? I won the biggest opportunity in Canadian radio. I was chosen as the one to watch in February, which means that my song Ghost was about to hit.
Everybody got hurt, everybody went deaf in 20. Life raging a suicide pact to get left in nothing. Woman, that you're perfect, but you don't say. feet deep, getting comfy, burning bridges in your way.
Huh.
Another 6 feet deep, let's have our improvement, buddy, past the rose. You can't push daisies when the ground's unfurled.
Huh.
The Grim Reaper follows us about everywhere we go. Got me walking through tombstones.
That was good.
Would you meet me in the ground? Everybody got hurt, everybody went deaf in 20. Blind rage in the suicide pact to get left with nothing. Rumors that you're perfect, but you don't say. Everybody's building coffins just so they can have their own place. 6 feet deep, getting comfy, burning bridges, having your way. Another 6 feet deep, let's have our improvement, buddy, past the rose. You can't push daisies when the ground's unfurled. The Grim Reaper follows us about everywhere we go. Got me walking through tombstones. Would you meet me in the ground? Everybody got hurt, everybody went deaf in 20. Blind rage in the suicide pact to get left with nothing.
And now every detail about working out is suddenly being talked about by millions of fucking lifters across the world. And the science-based kind of culture has got its foothold very strongly.
You could cry.
No, not to say that's a bad thing, but
You were like literally a
You're one tiny
headbanger from
the guys who
fucking
would go up to
Brutal
fucking
Legend.
advice at the gyms will tell you, okay, train hard, eat your fucking food, start eating some chicken and steaks and rice and fucking oatmeal and cream of wheat and everything, and you'll start growing. And people who listened to that advice and took it, guess what? They probably made fucking freakish gains.
Like you?
Now every detail about working out is suddenly being talked about.
You were fucking
You don't
like,
know what
gross
Palestine is. Actually, in fact, the keffiyeh that you are wearing, this is just a statement to show that you really lack the authenticity to represent the case. Now we have the problem of the pro-Palestine who are actually giving Hamas cover. They are participants in the crime. In fact, since October 7, I personally don't differentiate between Hamas and what's so-called Palestinians. Because actually there is no Palestinians. There are tribes. There is a tribe of Hamas, and there is a tribe of the Islamic Jihad, and there is a tribe
That's
of
not fucking
Khalil,
true.
and there is a tribe of Nablus, and each one has different interests, and all of them are conflicted. If they did not have Israel as the common enemy, they would kill each other. You don't know what Palestine is. Actually, in fact, the keffiyeh that you are wearing, this is just a statement.
I had a substitute teacher from Ireland in the 2nd grade who told my class during morning prayer that when she wants something, anything at all, she prays for it and promises something in return, and she always gets what she wants. I'm sitting in the back of the classroom thinking, my family can't afford a bike, so I went home and I prayed for them, and I promised I would recite the rosary every night in exchange. Broke that promise. But 2 weeks later, I got home from school to find a brand new Mustang bike with a banana seat and Easy Rider handlebars. My family informed me that I had won the bike in a raffle that a friend of mine had entered my name in without my knowledge whatsoever. So that type of thing has been happening to me ever since. As far as I can tell, it's just about letting the universe know what you want and working toward it.
My new favorite thing to do when I get to the job site is to start using Company Cam.
I had a substitute.
My new favorite thing to do when I get to the job site is to start using Company Cam's latest AI features. All right, we'll take a photo here. Tile delivery number 2.
We have a boundary update about the neighbors who said no to a fence. Now, if you remember, a listener shared a story that she wanted to put up a fence in her backyard to keep her little kids safe, only to discover that a chunk of land that their elderly neighbor believed was hers actually belonged to them. Now, this elderly neighbor has adult kids who raised a fuss about this and said, absolutely not, you can't put up this fence. This family went above and beyond to do this properly. They hired the best surveyor in the county, the best fence company, and they're even staying far back from the property line. They even gave the neighbors a chance to hire their own surveyor company after they threatened a lawsuit if they pursued the fence, but they just ignored them.
Hey, I don't give a fuck about a fence. Like,
There were people who were in the House of Lords because they owned a certain amount of land. That's why when you own land, you're called a landlord. And what was happening is these landlords had peasants living, and those peasants were made to pay a certain levy to the landlords, who paid a certain levy to the king. And what happened is the king pushed up the levy. The landlords pushed up the levy to the peasants, and the peasants were like, we can't pay this. So this one particular farmer leads an entire revolution. They march through the streets, and they eventually arrive in the city of London, which, by the way, most people don't know, that the person who actually founded the walls that protected the city of London is an African, a man called Severus. That's why my crypto startup was named Severus. Basically gets to the steps of the king, and they force him to write a charter. That charter is the foundation of some of the rules and laws we hold to be true in society today. It was the first time it was written on paper that all men are created equal, that all men will be presumed innocent until proven guilty by the law. It was the first time those ideas were written on paper, ideas we live by today. At the time in England, in the 12th,
they internalize you. They're never talking to you. They're never actually interacting with you. They're only ever capable of interacting with an internalized object of you, which is, of course, fetishized, which is, of course, objectified and instrumentalized. And now I know the new term for that. It's a limerent object. You become a limerent object. What happens is you get put inside of that world, and everything, every part of reality only exists in this matrix, this simulated reality, a delusional reality. Everything that doesn't align with that, distorted, deleted, or generalized, including data and feedback that criticizes them. You can put evidence in front of them of the wrongdoing they've made, and they can just ignore it. They'll just switch it off. They internalize you. They're never talking to you. They're never actually.
Let me show you how easy it is to revolutionize your environment.
you.
Women don't actually want this top level, high level, 1% high status man like you think they do. What women actually want is a man who does not want a relationship with them. Let me explain.
What?
When you don't want a relationship with her, meaning you are not trying to build anything, you don't necessarily care if you see her again or not, and on top of that, you don't even care if this date is good or bad. Here's what happens. Number one, she senses that you have a lot of options. Number two, she assumes that you have other options at her current level of attraction.
fucking dick.
Number three, she wonders what's different about you, because here's what she notices. You're a guy who's not necessarily trying to please her, and you're a guy who doesn't necessarily care if the date goes anywhere. Contrary to popular belief, these types of personality characteristics actually raises interest level.
Yeah,
it actually
okay.
raises her attraction. It actually raises her arousal.
Yeah,
It does
women
not
wanna be
lower it.
treated like
Meanwhile, the
shit.
guy who's super high level or the guy who's super high status in the sports car, if he overqualifies himself, if he's constantly trying to see her, if he's constantly communicating too much interest, even though he has high status, you guys have to understand, he will get left too.
Okay, that was fucking awesome. That was really, I have goosebumps. That's how good that was. Honestly. So you're gonna be alone forever. I feel bad for any woman that has to deal with you for however long she can. What a piece of shit. Oh my god. Yeah, like, women just want to date some fucking ginger fucking loser that makes YouTube videos, and then they also want to be treated like shit by him. And they want to go on a date where where the guy's acting like he's not even fucking interested. Okay, what a fucking doucher. Like, why?
What is an NPC? You know this
Non-playable
meme? Is that a
character.
Scientology thing?
No, non-player character.
Non-player character.
What, you don't know about this? Do I get to tell you the NPC meme?
Yes.
This is the most important meme of our lifetime.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Breaking it down as quickly as possible. I'm gonna show my age. Okay. When we were younger, we would play games like Final Fantasy and Ultima, right?
No.
And in those games, you go to like the armor
No.
store or the weapon store. And
Dude,
you
you're
buy
like
your sword
40.
or you buy your armor.
You should have been
Right.
playing
There's
Pong.
a guy running that store within the game.
Yes.
He does not exist outside of that store.
Right.
That character, all he does is buy armor and sell armor. He doesn't have a wife, doesn't have a kid. You go there at midnight, he's there. You go there at 8 a.m., he's there.
Right.
He's the player characters you're playing. He's the non-player character. And the point this meme makes is the vast majority of humans are non-player characters. They have no mind outside their programming. Like, you have no mind. You're just repeating what has been programmed to you in your script. And as soon as you mention certain terms, there's just a knee-jerk speech that they give. And once you identify, it's like the Matrix. Like, you see Agent Smith everywhere.
What is an NPC?
This man tested the difference between Trump and Biden supporters.
The Trump people,
They just don't want to see
Hey,
it.
I wanted to take you over here with me to the Trump supporter side, and maybe you can show me if there is racism over here. He wants to know if he's going to be there if he goes.
Yeah, come on in. You go with us.
Wow.
A few more, I might change my mind.
Talk about black white don't mean shit.
And now I'm going to go over with the demonstrators with him, and he's going to follow me around and see if I
Oh,
get
fuck.
treated with love and tolerance.
No, Nazi bitch.
Holy fuck!
You can't bitch. That's not only my plot.
This man tested the difference between Trump and Biden supporters.
The Trump people, you know, they just don't want to see it.
Hey, I wanted to take you over here with me to the Trump supporter side, and maybe you can show me if there is racism over here. He wants to know if he's going to be safe inside there if he goes.
Yeah, come on in. You go with us. Hold on, a few more, I might change my mind.
You're with us. That's all that matters. Black white don't mean shit.
Now I'm going to go over with the demonstrators with him, and he's going to follow me around and see if I get treated with love and tolerance.
No, Nazi bitch.
I hear what you're saying. You can't bitch. That's not only my plot.
This man tested the difference between Trump.
Wow.
Oh, I really like something we don't really talk about all the time is
That was
It's the
fucking
fear that
so,
comes with
like,
sharing
that was
things,
really
especially.
bad.
this fear of like cancel culture. Because sometimes we step out and we share our faith and we're
Oh, bleh.
oh my god.
Are you fucking idiot? Because such an idiot.
Describe what just happened. The most dangerous situation is in Africa. Because of course Africa is absolutely the most important continent on the planet.
What?
The most important continent to the planet. And the next most important, and therefore the next
America.
most at-risk region is the Middle East.
Oh.
The Middle East and Africa power the whole global economy.
What?
They power everything that makes so-called modern life possible.
Okay,
It's only
you
possible by
grab
Middle
something,
East
flip
and
it over, tell me where it's
Africa.
fucking.
Actually civilized.
You're telling me it's made in Africa?
That would mean that peace and stability in the Middle East and in Africa should be of paramount importance. Good relations and harmonious dealings and so on, that would be the priority if they were civilized people. But of course, the West is not civilized. And if you have something that they need, if you have something that they want, then they do not see you as a friend. They don't see you as a friend that they want to be close to and have good relations with. They see you as an enemy that they want to subjugate. They see the world in a predator-prey paradigm.
Yeah, definitely.
The most dangerous situation is in Africa.
I can't believe you let me get married when you made me pinky swear that you were my true love.
Ew.
The one who braids my hair. You moved me into an
Ew.
What's fake about it? It exists. But while I'm getting ready, I've been
A CRM shouldn't weigh your budget down. It should lift.
Tom just dropped Tom McDonald. We should call him Tom Pandora. Pander. The Pandarous Pandora of all Pandaland. This grifting ass guy, right? Let me not go too heavy with the cursing in the beginning. Put out a new song. I think it's called like Heroes or some BS. And he like just pandering like it's nobody business. He's sitting there in front of a group.
Has been shot at the campaign rally in Pennsylvania over the last few minutes. We're getting more information about what's actually been happening, and of course,
Pick a fight, earn a strike, run a light, out of spite, up all night, on the right, take a bite. Eat the rich, hit a lick, drink a fit, fuck a stick, split a wig, smoke a split, blow a kiss. I'm doing softball, how are you? How are you? I'm doing.
Why do you suck?
Pick a fight, earn a strike, run a light, out of spite, up all night, on the right, take a bite. Eat the rich, hit a lick, drink a fit, fuck a stick, split a wig, smoke a split, blow a kiss. I'm doing softball, how are you? How for you. Hey, hey. Woo!
It was Diwali. And then there was this thing about Rishi Sunak is going to be PM. And I tweeted, heads up, if 1 billion Indians get Diwali and an Indian PM on the same day, WhatsApp will break. And the next day it broke. I mean, I don't really think it's rocket science. Because it's not rocket science. And you are on a family and you have different family WhatsApp groups. My smallest family WhatsApp group is 43 people. Okay, so when they're all at home with me, they're all shouting and talking over each other. They do the same on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So it's like bing, 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 bing. And they're all, and oh, what did you say? No, you shut up. It's like this the whole time. And I thought Diwali is a big deal to us, and I don't think people are like, how did you prophesize that? Give me the lottery numbers. I was like, what? It's actually scientific. It was Diwali. And then there was this thing like she's going to be PM. And I tweeted, heads up, if 1 billion Indians get Diwali and an Indian PM on the same day, WhatsApp will...
This is a short day.
Yeah, 1 o'clock you said.
Okay, WhatsApp will break. And the next day it broke.
So everyone's been saying that Donald Trump ruined Eminem. As a famous white rapper myself, I've been asked to give my opinion. Let's roll the footage.
Watching him play to his base that thinks that he cares about them, and it's actually the people that he cares about the least. He's brainwashing them into thinking that something great is going to happen. Nothing's happening.
Okay, here we go. Now, this is only my opinion. I can absolutely, positively, confidently conclude that I don't give a if Eminem and Donald Trump don't like each other. I mean, I really don't care. Not at all. Not one bit. Not one bit. You know what I do care about, though? I care about my brand new video, Your America, out now. Watch the video.
Hey guys, there's currently more than 200 tools in production, which you can see behind me, but one step.
Let's see if we're live. I'm gonna go check across all get it live from the gonna be echo, so don't complain about the echo. If I look tired and angry, I'm hesitant to express how angry I am, because you say like something like I'm actually angry, and then people who want to make more of statements can say, oh, that time Viva went from the flight Canadian to the actually angry whatever, and this was that moment. Horse crap. I can never be angry enough to violate my principles, and my principles are not of non-violence. My principles are, self-defense needs to be actual self-defense from an immediate threat, and not this ridiculous, you misgendered me and therefore that's tantamount to genocide bullshit. This is quality is perfect, Viva good. Well, I got to make sure that I'm live across all platforms. Let me refresh on Rumble. I go out for a jog, driving through Michigan on our way to Milwaukee for the RNC convention. And I go out for a jog. I don't know how much I did. It was painful. Spent all day sitting on my ass. Let's see if it's about 4,200 plus 2,300, so that's 65. About a 4.5 mile run. I go out for a jog and I'm listening to Joe Rogan interviewing someone talking about nuclear war and nuclear winter and a nuclear holocaust. Annie Jacobson. And I thought I was angry enough just listening to a podcast on. And then I get back. My phone was buzzing while I was jogging, but I don't like not a question of like snooty. I'm neurotic, in case you haven't noticed, and I hate interruptions while I'm jogging, because in my mind it then changes like a 30-minute run into 2 15-minute runs, which I say is not my exercise. I need to get it in. I need the number to be round, and I need to be uninterrupted exercise. And by the way, I've become my mother. It's really gross. Growing up, I always used to remember, I should say, I always remember my mother growing up. She's like, don't interrupt me, I'm good. And I've become my mother. Neurotic old Jewish lady. I'm joking, I'm not yet a lady. It still identifies in that. So I get back from the jog, and then my phone is blowing up. And when my wife texts me when I'm jogging, then I know the poo-poo is at the fan. My dad texts me, I get a thread. And, you know, everybody who has, did you hear what happened? They tried to, and by the way, and I'll preface this now, I was listening to Charlie Kirk with Jack Posobiec. You know, I'm reading all the tweets, I'm gathering all the information, and I'm going to, now that I can, I guess, self-identify as a journalist. I'm not a journalist, people. Okay, I still like hockey, not golf. But war, like, you know, this we have a name of the shooter, but it's the fog of war. For all anybody knows, you know, in the early stages, it could have been I don't want to make certain jokes, make light of this. It could have been a right-wing extremist who's very angry at Trump on abortion. I could have, in my mind, said, okay, don't jump to conclusions. This isn't necessarily a left-wing, loony, Antifa nut. It could be, but it could also be someone who's angry, perhaps, that the Republican platform, they walk back their position on abortion. I say that only to play and to say, no matter what your reflexive thinking is, and no matter what you think it is, or in your darkest of thoughts, you know, if this is going to happen, I would certainly not want it to be a far-right individual. But you have to, you know, admit that that is a possibility until you have more information, which is what we don't have. So, that could have been a far-right dude. Could have been one of what Jeffrey's been calling extreme MAGA Republicans. It could have been one of them. Angry at Trump for a policy reason. It could have been some crazy dude. It could have been an MK Ultra brainwashed Sirhan who didn't even know what he did because he was blackout Trump. But we know a little more now, and the bottom line. I'm going to. Oh, I have the BBC view. So, look, I've been gathering my links, and I sent them to myself. We're going to watch this. I got that link. People have been reporting the shooter is dead. I've got trusted sources. Some of this is going to get graphic, and it's going to be. But I've got trusted sources. Chet, you know, one of my men on the inside of the Iron Rainbow, the Maple Gulag. You know, I've got smart people who are much smarter than me, to look smarter than I am. So Trump gets, it's fucking wild. Because you hear a pop, 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 and we've all been in those situations where you hear a pop, 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 and you're like, is that a gunshot? What would I do under some similar circumstances? I was sitting in my car, trying to get this live in my car, but I couldn't get an adequate internet connection, and I just pop, pop, pop in the distance. And I'm like, is that a gunshot? What would you do? Like, there is always this very distinct moment of hesitation where, unless you are thoroughly trained and you know that, oh, that's the sound of a 22 caliber, that's the sound of a 38 caliber, that's a special Saturday night special, you know, whatever, 38 Magnum, or that's an AR-15. Unless you know it and you've been in, you know, a certain experience where it reflects when it comes to you, just that hesitation. Oh, is it fireworks? Is it a car backfire?
And then when you finally do hear it, you know the difference.
And it's flipping mind-blowing. We've all seen it. I don't need to play it again, or I don't need to play it for everybody. I watched the video. I'm going to say this. I'm going to be swearing quite a bit, and no, I'm not drunk.
What?
Period. Full stop. I have poured myself a drink, and I'm taking the first sips of it, and it's not enough to get drunk. So I'm fucking pissed. These mother effers, and I should stop swearing because I know there's a meaningful portion of our subscriber base who doesn't like swearing. I've got nothing against swearing anymore, but These mother effers, for the longest of times, have been tweeting around. You've seen the tweets. I'll pull one up by way of example. Why does Trump need his motorcade brigade? Why does he need all this Secret Service? Oh, yeah. He's a former president. This is costing us taxpayers dollars. Mother effers know exactly why Trump needs what he has.
Yeah,
Just by way of example,
JFK.
Morgan
Fucking
Freeman,
asshole.
who's got a nice little Biden-Harris 2024 in his Twitter handle. He doesn't. What? The original one, Cheryl, by the way, is a bot. There's no question she's a bot. Following 20,000 followers. It's nothing but the most partisan, vitriolic, pro-Biden, anti-Trump nonsense on her Twitter feed. Why does Trump run? He's the Trump. He's so funny. Fucking morons. Why does he need all of this? When was this from? Oh, June 9th. What is that? A month ago. Why does he need all of this? Then we got Morgan J. Freeman, MJ Free. He doesn't need it. He demands it because he loves it more than anything in the world. And I had to chime in with my 2 cents. And that is these terrorist pieces, and I put the word I edited out pieces of shit. I showed some restraint. These terrorist pieces of rubbish have been sarcastically asking, why does Trump need all of this for security? They know damn well why he needs it. And they know damn well why they don't want him to have it. And today is the #1 example of why they don't want him to have it. I've been saying it since before, maybe not before the Georgia mugshot, but at the very least, since Trump was indicted in Georgia. And sweet big Fannie Willis insisted on the Trump mugshot. And insisted that he go to court and get that mugshot. He and his other 18 accomplices, whatever. And they didn't need it. I mean, it's anybody who thinks that it was needed is a flipping idiot along the lines of Morgan Freeman, not the Morgan Freeman with the good narration voice, but that Morgan J. Freeman seems to be around. They knew damn well it wasn't needed because it's needed if you're a flight risk, if you're not known or you need to be known to authorities. Decide to run.
I didn't know that.
This is the flipping former president running for president. It wasn't needed, except for one reason, which was my theory, and I said it at the time, I said it since, and I'll say it again. To get Trump out in the open so that these batshit fucking lunatics can do something to Trump that they've been brainwashed into thinking is necessary. Because when you got your Joy Reid, we got to keep Trump out the White House. Because we got to keep Hitler out the White House. If you got the Joy Reid, who have a big audience. When you got the Joy Reid, Mockingbird 2.0 media, coming saying, we got to keep Trump out the White House. When you're brainwashing a bunch of very vulnerable, mentally unwell people, and they want Trump out, they want him exposed, they want him vulnerable, so they can do exactly what this nutbag piece of shit tried to do to Trump. Maxine Waters, thank you for reminding me. You absolutely have to get in their faces and harass them. Let them know that they are not welcome. Oh my goodness, who could have foreseen something like this happening? Extreme MAGA Republicans. Imagine having someone say extreme MAGA Republicans for 2 years, and then you say, oh, who could know? We would have triggered batshit crazy people, do batshit crazy shit, because we've been telling them for 2 years Hitler's going to ascend to the White House. Can you imagine getting shot so close to the head that it hits your ear? I mean,
Someone's getting fired.
It's the scene out of Saving Private Ryan.
You're fired.
Where the bullet hit the guy in the head, went around the ring of his metal helmet, and then out the other side, and he took it off. He's like, "Oh, I'm lucky," and then he wasn't so lucky. I mean, it's the Robin Hood of dart shots. A dart in a dart that's in the bullet. Getting hit on the ear flap and not having it hit your cranium. I mean, it was divine intervention for Trump, but it seems like it wasn't divine intervention for somebody sitting behind him. I'm not showing the picture.
Oh, fuck.
But I got a tweet from, I don't know if I should. I got a tweet that says, at the Trump rally, from an account called @JW Maine, mine. @JWM like Mama, E like Echo, Y like Yankee, N like November. Physician, surgeon, free independent, lone wolf, police government in your life is ideal. Make common sense, common again. Please, acta non perfect. And he tweeted out, I'll just show this to you. No, I won't show that. I can show it. It's too graphic. You won't see anything. And it says here. It says, at Trump rally, assassination attempt with several shots fired, guy in the booth next to me, hit in the head and killed. Trump hit. And then there's a photo of a mess that once was a human being, and remains that look like what have been identified as part of what's in your head. That's it. There was no divine intervention for that guy.
That was very descriptive.
And can't trust news reports.
Oh, that was necessary.
Fog of war. You got to pick the news and understand that mistakes will be made, and you have to, not be first for the sake of being first, and be, address everything with the requisite degree of skepticism. Laura Loomer was reporting that the shooter is dead. Laura Loomer, she does good work, but she occasionally makes mistakes that harm her credibility, and reports things that turn out not to be true. So I'll take that with a grain of salt. But my impression was, I heard when I was watching that video, the flurry of gunshots, Trump goes down, Trump comes up, there was a flurry of gunshots, goes down, there's a silence, and then there's a single gunshot, and then a woman shrieking, quite distinct. And if I had to guess, I don't know. I mean, that could have been someone else getting shot. It depends where this shooter was coming from. But this is the world that we're living in. Let me just bring this neat effing picture up. Wait, hold on, I'm going to do this. I got this being started so quickly, I've forgotten to do a bunch of things today. Or on my list. DMs. See that. Present. Yeah. This is the moment. This is after the flurry of shots, and I know this. I know it's listen to the silence, a single gunshot, and then look at the woman in the blue in particular. Replay. Like that's a single gunshot and a woman screaming as though she saw something immediate and distinct. Could have been someone in the crowd, or it could have been the shooter. Some saying it was the teleprompter that got him in the ear. Some saying it was glass from the teleprompter that got him in the ear. Well, the question is,
how can you?
Of gunshots, and it's just wild. I'm not playing some stuff. It's graphic and unnecessarily so. There's some video footage of a alleged dead shooter, but it's wild. I mean, it's so fucking depressingly predictable. They've spent 2 years telling you Hitler is going to be in the White House, that Trump is Hitler. This man is 70. He's old, but he's as sharp as a tack. Biden is as sharp as a flipping. What's something very tall? I can't think of it.
A pillow.
Trump could be playing golf, having dinner at 5-star. What's that thing? The Zagat guy? 5-star restaurant with Melania. Beauty is skin deep. Melania, I'm sure, is as beautiful a human inside as out. He could be one of his golden years with his beautiful inside and out wife playing golf at the most beautiful courses on earth. He never needed this shit.
Yeah,
and yet somehow he asked for it and decided to take it on. And now he's getting shot at. He never needed this. And Howard Stern, in as much as he's ever been insightful, was right. He said, "You sure you want it? Be careful what you wish for." And Trump said, "I'll sacrifice my golden years. I'll sacrifice my wealth." I don't think he knew the degree to which he sacrificed. But when you run for president, and when you become president, you know that there are batshit crazy people there who want to kill you. And he sacrificed all of that.
I think everybody.
Because he said the country needs it. And I was thinking about this today also, and it's just amazing. I'm driving from Toronto to this Milwaukee for the RNC. I will be attending the RNC. We'll come to it. And we crossed the border, and you realize that there is an American spirit. I've said it before, I said it on the 4th of July, that makes Americans Americans. And the people who are fighting Trump, the Bidens, these blue check marks, sorry, hold on. Biden is American, but he's not American. Kamala is born in America. She's the first generation. She's not American. I was not born in America, but I dare say I have the American spirit. Anecdote. When I did my interview with Gordon Langer to become a lawyer, I got one of those tickles in the throat. You know, it's the one, and you start crying in your eye, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I thought I definitely blew my opportunity at getting the job. I had one of those in the car and they sit. These demons are not American. And people, whatever you want to call them, they're not American. They are fundamentally anti-American. The people and the media that have been railing against Trump, calling him Hitler, are fundamentally anti-American. And I realize this. America has been taken over by un-American, I won't say communists, but I believe it's closer to communism than Americanism. They've been taken over by un-American demons. Hakeem Jeffries, you're about as American in spirit and soul as Kim Jong-un. You spend 2 years referring to extreme MAGA Republicans, extremists on the Supreme Court, taking your rights away. They've always complained about violence at Trump rallies. Oh, they finally got their violence at a Trump rally. All right, come on in. Yeah, I won't say that I'm in a bathroom, but I'm in a bathroom. They wanted their violence. They complained about the violence at Trump rallies. They got their violence at a Trump rally. These people are not American. And I work at Winter One. I don't want to hear the one afterwards. His response is just absolutely epic. It's the response of heroes, and I don't use that word lightly. It's the funny thing is Trump has been a hero, and some people are just too dumb to realize it. But it was the response of a hero. We'll play the shot. We're going to get into questions. I've got information, nothing inside. And look at this is right. Open this up, maximizing. It's amazing. I've watched this, I don't know how many times. Here, we're going to see his response. This is the response of a goddamn hero. Let me just preface this. It's the response of a hero, but I got very concerned because it's also the response of someone who suffered head injury. I waited until Trump was confirmed to be okay before saying it, because anybody who's ever suffered a concussion or treated someone who's been hit in the head or suffered head injury, their first response is, I'm okay, and they're belligerent. Not that Trump is belligerent, but it's the, I'm okay, nothing's happened. So that's what my first concern was, now that we know that Trump is alive and well. Watch his response.
He didn't suffer concussion. Someone can that's a fucking reaction. Girl with the dragonflies. She's an instructor, and the guy was backing up. His wife wasn't in the car yet. I guess the door.
Shooters down. What's amazing is you know there are other angles. Look at my angle right there.
Like, okay, well,
this woman's got an angle.
And she goes, no, wait.
Let me.
She was like,
Let
"Did
me
you get on
get
your
my
head
shoes.
before you got here?" I'm like, obviously not. Like, fucking piece of shit. You didn't want to have to deal with fucking police coming. Oh, fucking lady probably went home and died.
Wait. Fight. Fight.
Tell me that's a human initial reaction. But if it was your parent, you would have fucking would have hoped that someone would have called the ambulance. So, fucking shitty human reaction.
I'm not even playing the video. That's great. Let me start it again on an app video. Sorry.
You see something that said, take a look what happened.
Get down, get down, get down, get down. Oh my god.
Hold, are you ready? On you. Ready? Move! Move!
Sorry, I didn't realize we weren't watching it. Sit it down. Listen to Trump.
There's someone behind.
Look at everybody in the background, by the way. Sorry, I realized you didn't see the cursor. That woman's got a, that's got a, there's an angle right there. Let me get my shoe. Look at this guy's face. What's up? Wait. Fight.
He's
Oh,
pushing
no,
his fucking.
Pieces of shit.
He's pushing his security away, being like, hang on a second. Even
Are
though.
they going to try to impeach him?
Whatever,
They said
man.
fight after they tried to kill him.
What a fucking salesman. I want to know if that person actually got shot. If that was a fucking scream.
That guy's got an angle right there.
That was a scary, scary
Are they
scream.
going to try to impeach him because he said fight 3 times from the podium? Let me just go back to the beginning here.
Fuck, man. This is gonna make his career.
I don't know about shots. I'm
Even
told
fucking makes
that it sounds like a small caliber handgun. I don't know. And I don't
This is like, he's instigating this.
But
You see something that said, take a look what happened.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Wow, what a fucking bad shot.
What are we doing? Look at this woman right here. Amazing. Look at this woman right here. What the fuck? And that one shot.
Oh, that's so scary. Oh, I did nothing. Please don't fight again.
Hold, are you ready? On you. Ready? Move! Move!
Ah.
These people behind her, it's amazing. They're just sitting there. Somebody apparently is dead in the bleachers behind them. Shooters down.
Okay.
Let me get my shoes. This is the concern of like if someone suffered head injury, they become belligerent.
No. They said shoot her down if they were threat.
Wait.
I probably don't believe there's gonna be 2 shooters.
There's people said there's another angle. I don't care. This is the image for the ages. And in as much as everybody remembers where they were when other tragic events happened, people are going to remember where they were when this tragic event nearly happened, or
or this merely tragic event happened. Look at that man right there.
He's 70. He's fucking old.
Get a little angry, get a little upset, and that's it.
What? Okay.
You remember Kamala Harris bailing out violent protesters from the Summer of Love? Maxine Waters, Fight Like Hell, AOC, Take to the Streets.
Okay.
I don't want to use hyperbolic language because I don't want anybody to think. I don't think you go punch Nazis. Boy, I'm actually might be that one dude who says talk to Nazis. I'm curious to hear what they think. These animals on the left, these un-American animals, have been calling for violence explicitly through what they call dehumanizing rhetoric and through lies and vitriol and hyperbolic exaggeration for years. And you think they don't know that it triggers mentally unwell people to do stupid things? Who is so they have a suspected shooter, but let me just take a few things. First of all, I'm sorry for that. As angry as I am, neuroses, I can't have that bar be too low. And I'm just going to try to zoom in so you don't see them actually in. I'm in a lot of them. Okay? I just pumping a lot of iron, and I'm super ripped. And yeah, that's it. This is horrible, regardless of who's involved. Where is this going to go? Scary. Just me, Nicole. I remember you, Justin. How you doing? $5 Canadian. Thank you very much. This is what you get when the Democrats constantly equate Trump. The thing is this, though. I do that needs to be qualified because I do equate Trudeau policies to Nazi policies. You know, euthanizing the mentally ill is a Hitlerian policy. But the funny thing is, unless you're a goddamn liar, nobody would ever say me comparing Trudeau's policies or Trudeau to Hitler would mean that I'm calling for any form of violence against that son of a bitch. Like, I want that man to live to 95. I want him to live his entire life so he can see how history judges him for the monster that he is. The irony is that, I don't know, I'll chalk it up to the way the brain is formed. Not that lefties are animals, but I do believe that liberalism is a mental disorder. I've lived long enough. I think it's mentally ill, period. Nobody accuses or will accuse or could accuse plausibly me when I equate Trudeau or Trudeau policies like Hitler or Nazi air policy of me calling for violence on Trudeau because everybody knows I don't believe in that. The exact opposite. The inverse is not only cannot be said of the left, it's the exact opposite. The left, the politically unhinged, deranged. They don't know if they are a he, they, she, him, that, it, whatever, they, zer. They are easily manipulated, easily whipped up into a frenzy, and easily provoked to violence. And the media knows damn well what they're doing when they equate Trump to Hitler, say that if he ever exceeds the taxi, gets to a position of power, he'll never relinquish it. And then meanwhile, they're trying to take down Trump through lawfare, through locking him up, through bankruptcy, and not through assassination. They don't get to say, at least in America, we don't kill our political rivals, because they literally just tried to do it right now. We don't know who the they is yet, but we've got a damn good idea. And by the way, because I've gotten so bloody cynical in my old age of 45, now I think, now they're going to go kill Joe Biden and say that some angry righty, angry Republican, angry extreme MAGA Republican was exacting revenge on what the left tried to do to Trump today. Oh, and then they kill Biden, solve 3 problems at once, and get to blame it on the right. Like, am I crazy? Maybe I am, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Hey, I said every act that they did against Trump was an act of provocation to try to trigger another bona fide January. It's not the bullshit fake riot of January 6th they promoted for the last 3 years. Every act of provocation that they've ever brought against Trump has been an attempt to provoke a response. They never got it. And now they go try to, and I'll say the they in quotes, but I don't know who it was. It might be an unhinged brain who's angry at Trump for abortion policy. Leave that door open. They do this, and now they get extreme MAGA Republican, a white nationalist, a Christian nationalist, a real threat to American democracy, not those freaking terrorists that have been crossing the border that Joe Biden killed for the last 4 years. They get a right-wing, extreme MAGA Republican, white nationalist, Christian, whatever, to kill Joe Biden in response to this attempt to kill Donald Trump. And then they, oh my goodness, well, this is convenient. Now we just got rid of Biden. We can blame it on Trump. And we get to replace it with whomever and get the sympathy vote. So that thought crossed my head, and I don't like saying these words aloud because I have OCD, and you don't want to even put the words on paper, put the words in the doo-doo, because you fear that it might make it happen. And not a fear hiding a wish, a fear hiding a bloody fear. Here we go. We got Stephen Elliott, the BBC interviewed a guy who saw the shooter on the roof with a rifle pointed him out to the Secret Service, and they did nothing to stop it. Okay, I know that I have that in the backdrop because I brought it up as a tweet that someone had sent me earlier. Yeah, this. Here's one. I know I saw this fog of war. This might be a man who didn't see anything of what he thought he saw. I've got jokes to lighten things up and stuff. Let's just
We can hear him.
Stop.
So we walked up, and
Stop.
probably.
I'm not going to start from the beginning. I don't know why. Look, I'm not going to judge this man's hair. I'm just going to say.
Seriously. And watch you and listen to the rally, right? You couldn't see him, but we could hear him.
Is it 2000?
So we walked up in probably
late 90s.
7 minutes of
Yeah, by there.
here. I have no idea.
Only had a yucca.
But,
This guy's strong.
Arm, they're crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us.
Let me pause because we did see a video saying the shooter's dead, and it was someone shooting out looking at that roof. It seems that the shooter's dead. So, corroborated through other video, but fog of war, this all can be the imaginations of someone who smoked too much weed before a Trump rally. I'm not saying it to be funny or glib. It could all be wrong, but I've seen another video of what appears to be a corpse on a roof. Then we try to make this all make sense in terms of what the rounds were and how fast it was fired. If we counted 13 shots in a very short succession, that might explain it to you.
So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
He had a gun.
He had a rifle. You could clearly see him with the rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, oh, like they didn't know what was going on.
That sounds about right.
Right here on the roof, we can see it from right here.
That sounds about right.
He's crawling. And
That's
I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him up the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn.
This is fucking wild. This is true.
Just standing there like this.
This is wild.
And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out. 100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there. Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And he was panicking.
Yep. We were telling the police. We were pointing at them to the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that street. Binoculars, probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is
The Secret Service wants him dead, maybe.
Obviously, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened in the pool?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off. Secret Service blew his head off.
Be careful with but you were pretty sure they
Be careful. How about you shut your mouth and let the guy talk?
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
And did you see them go up to the afterwards? Or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
I want to try to find the video of.
I think it was planted.
If anybody can send me the link where it sounded like an Asian individual looking at the roof and zooming in, and there was a corpse and what appears to be a body on the roof. This is just
bizarre.
This is just freaking wild. And now people will jump to the conspiracy theory that
this guy sounds like he's planted.
Want Trump dead, and they're going to be slow to react. Hope that it happens. Execute the guy afterwards, and then multiple problem solving. The reality is, right, things move slowly in real life. I'm going to give link to that. Things move slowly.
Guys that you seem
People are
like
incompetent.
he's an
And,
actor.
You know, short of that, and they lose hell. They had snipers somewhere that picked up the guy once he actually started shooting. All right, Stephen Elliott, I hope that answered your question. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to get to the
Weird,
rubber end, I'm going to get to the 6 after. That couldn't have been, it couldn't have been, but they're a myth, according to Jerry Nassar. I'm going to cheat, but
Antifa definitely got
imagine.
it. Antifa definitely got
I
picked
forget
up.
again what movie it was about the Holocaust, where you have some
Like-
Holocaust deniers
Like
denying the
they're
Holocaust, where you
literally
have some
there like
Nazis
every weekend.
who
Even
are
though
proud of what the
Mexican
Nazis
Antifa, they're
did.
bad.
And then you have like it's the competing conspiracy theory narrative. Like there are people out there who believe the Nazis were right and were doing the right. I'm not. There's no discussion about morality or whatever. Stay me
I
on.
don't know.
There are white nationalists who say the Nazis were right for trying to exterminate the Jews, and then you got some Holocaust deniers saying the Nazis never tried to exterminate the Jews, or it was a lie. And it's like the wildest thing. You have two mutually incompatible theories here, and I sort of now forgot where I was going with that.
Or like
It had to do with
when you do
Secret Service wanting
simulations,
something.
like a crisis. Here it
Letting
needs to be
it
a
happen.
Rouge girl. Air Canada Rouge.
Oh, shoot, balls, I forgot. It'll come back to me.
Apparently, they do a crazy
But
simulation.
yes, Jerry Nadler,
of
you know,
plane
they got
crash.
Antifa
Like,
is a
Colonial
myth. They
bars
don't exist.
shit.
And yet we'll
That's
see.
not
Apparently, the
intense.
guy was a member of Antifa. We'll see. But that's if Biden's delivering remarks now. This is from John Matthew. Is he awake? Because we're not going to have to wait until tomorrow. The team has told us something serious happened. Got to wake him up from his 8 o'clock nap. But this happened earlier.
It's like,
Many Democrat voters wanted it to.
okay, so I'm asking people, like, do you? My question was, do you personally know anybody who has COVID? Like, not your great aunt, like someone you see on a daily basis who died of COVID. Just saying.
No shit. I mean, apparently, I didn't see it, and I don't know if it's true. But I did hear people on Twitter saying not close enough or 1 millimeter shot. Some people say that he wasn't accurate enough. Now, it's going to drive me a little crazy. Why did I bring up the conspiracy theory about Holocaust deniers denying what the Nazis were proud of? I'm sure it had to do with the fact that, like, some liberal Democrats, that they wanted this. And then people coming out. Looking sideways saved his life. Fitz kicks base. Yeah, unless it was glass that hit his ear, in which case he probably, might have never died. Except for the fact that apparently, so bottom line, as of at least on Twitter, someone says this aged poorly. He's waiting for additional news to come out in April. I don't know why. Apparently, the shooter's dead and a bystander in the crowd is dead. So it's not like these were fake rounds. Yeah, anybody who has my text number, text me stuff live now, and I'll see what I can get to. Did I just say anyone has my text number? Cell number, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, hold on. This is flipping amazing. Give me 1 second. And whoever just sent me this, you know who you are by text. Let me know if I can mention you. I don't know if you want me to mention you. I'm just going to send it to myself by email and break it up.
Oh, cool. They have fucking Antonio there.
So, the conspiracy is when Secret Service let him do it.
Yeah.
And then, afterwards execute the guy. Go ahead. Chet Chisholm, my boy in Nova Scotia, who feeds me, not feeds me, but saying, like, I can't be everywhere at once. And I got trusted sources who have not yet heard. I'm going to pull up in a second. Acknowledge $20. Thank you very much. This was his Reagan moment, and now he will win. Nicholas Haley. Yeah, but then you got like lefties out there. Oh, he's staged. I admit, like, if it were going to be staged, it couldn't be fucking better than this. An attempted assassination, and that badass motherfucker gets up and says afterwards, fight with blood, his own fucking blood dripping off his head into his mouth, and he says fight. Holy shit! How much more of a badass love America do you get? That man could be golfing. He could be enjoying lobster with a martini.
I think he
doesn't
saw
drink, but he could be enjoying
in a
lobster
movie.
with Melania in freaking Scotland. And
Or I
instead
think
he's
he saw it
sweating
in
in the
Peaky
den,
Blinders with
getting
like
fucking shot at. I'm sorry. If it were going to be staged, it could not be staged any better. If it were going to be another
Right?
CIA
That's what I'm
executing
saying.
a
I think
defiant
it's
president or presidential candidate in
just
plain
like so
view,
perfect.
making his head fold over his eyebrows, JFK moment, that's what it would have been. And it seems that, unless it was glass,
dude,
we're
like,
1
she's
millimeter
trying to
off of that.
piece
And if it were
back
glass,
together.
we're 1 millimeter off of
Like, that's fucked up. That's fucked up thing.
it. So, I can work myself up into it. We go to my email. The link. Do you understand? It's 1 millimeter from a JFK, and we'd all be saying, "Oh, I remember where I was when I saw the president's head fold over his face, and his wife pick his brains off the back of the car and try to put it back together." She thought in that moment of irrational trauma that she could fix her broken husband by putting his brains back in his head or keeping them so that she could have it put back in. So, hold on.
That's so sad.
I mean, the alternatives of what could have been today, but for someone in the crowd, the alternatives of what could have been today are the reality for that person. And we don't know who that person is yet, and it's just it's an immeasurable tragedy. Here, this is it. Okay. But now, hold on, I don't know what this is. I haven't seen this yet. This is coming in new to me.
Like, how the fuck are you not taking off already? Like, you have to know what's going back to the video.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now, but this is where, oh, I see what, okay, so hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. This looks like Secret Service. This is not a sniper. If I don't know exactly what is going on just yet. Hold on, let me start seeing it. These are snipers. Okay, so I understand. I believe I understand now that the idea here is that these snipers were looking over that way, and that way is where the shooter was. And they're like, and they're saying, who the fuck is that on the roof of that building?
So they thought that. Oh, clever, very clever.
Stop. Can we hear the first shot?
That'd be a good fucking way to. If you look like one of the military guys, because they're like these vigilante groups.
Okay,
So like ex-military.
Right there.
And they have like fucking.
This is after the shot, and now they have
And they think they're like a little vigilante group. Like, oh, fuck, you can't be doing all of your stuff if you can't do it.
The law enforcement seconds will always face the direction of the shooter seconds prior to shooting. I am amazed they did not see the shooter crawling into position with shots on your 430 feet away. Set aside all of the editorializing there.
Like, both of them were like crazy.
So just if we can, and I'm not sure that I can do this. They are now. It looks like they're pointing more to the right than if we compare. Let me see here. It said 18 seconds. Than from here. Okay. So here they seem to be more 90-degree aligned with that pole. Go to 18 seconds. Don't need to watch that again. That's 1 second too far. What a difference a second makes. There you go. See, they're much more now turned off that angle of that. So I don't know what the layout was like. Oh, right there. And they turn and shoot across. Okay. So that's fascinating and deduce what you will. They want to make a martyr out of Trump. I don't think they want to. I think they want to make a corpse out of Trump, but they don't realize that they're going to make a martyr. They've made a martyr out of Trump.
Yeah.
And like the whole irony is they made a martyr out of him with the slander, with the defamation, with the lawfare, with the attempts to bankrupt. Now they're making a martyr out of him in the literal existential life or death life or death sentence. And they don't understand. A Judas Priest song comes to mind. No video, that might have been from a while ago. Why have the Dems been saying that Biden why have the Dems been saying that Biden had been to the biggest? This will only give him more support. There's no question about that. You don't know if he got shot in the ear or if it was glass, and I can appreciate it might have been glass, not a bullet, but either way, a lot of failures. A lot of people need to resign and be replaced. They failed our president. I think we had president. After what I agree with you, and then the question is, do they fail on purpose? Is this an attempt to have him get killed? That goes on the ground. Trump hit man in crowd in head, DOA. Others injured, shooter DOA. This is what the left does. And no, it's what they did at the baseball game. Oh no, they beat him up. Okay, I'll pay your legal fees. Oh my goodness, Trump promotes violence as value. I hate the left and the right dichotomy. But there is a left and a right reality. And the left are the violent thug criminals. Irrational, tyrannical, and outright criminal. Period and period. Yes, this may sound conspiracy. New York Times article yesterday quoted Biden. It's time to put Trump in the bullpen. I don't know about that, but I'll get to that in a second. Just asking anyone where I'll call you up. I thought it's not yet time because the keyword is trauma plus time. Donald Trump has to have a sit down. Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield because of the media. If it was blown up, he's going to have a fucking scar on his ear because it got blown off in an attempted assassination. And you know, sure as sugar, and I'll call it now if it's not happening right now tonight. Trump, the bad motherfucker that he is, he will be campaigning tomorrow. Guaranteed. Joe Biden's in bed at 8 o'clock because he's tired because he went on a trip. Donald Trump, they just killed Donald Trump. That motherfucker's going to be out campaigning tomorrow. Mark it. I don't know where I am. I'm sorry. Over there, Alex. But by the way, Evander Holyfield, Donald Trump, that's a match made in heaven. They can happen. Donald Trump is all right. Like the CIA says this and that. The problem is, I'm not sacrilegious, I'm not a-religious, I'm not atheist, I'm not agnostic. I don't know what the hell I am. And I don't often say thank God I need it. But thank God that Trump is okay. And I mean it not because Trump's like on an individual social level is more valuable than the individual in the crowd who apparently died. The shit and the fallout and the actual violent civil war that would have ensued, a Trump assassination, thank God that Trump wasn't killed. It's divine intervention has ever been such. Or as a left, it's no. I mean, I know, I'm not who's left. I know, so look, who would miss? He had 13 shots from a lawn. How could he miss? Oh, and then Trump comes out and says, fight, with blood dripping his phone, blood dripping into his phone, fucking mouth. I'm sorry, I apologize for swearing. I can see how they'll twist this. Dems are dangerous and a threat to democracy, Joe says. Is Trump in danger or he's in perpetual danger of an attempt of violence. Perpetual. That's what the dude signed on for in 2015 when he gave up his golden years of enjoying the fruits of his wealth and hard work to fight for his own country. There is no more patriotic and American than Donald Trump. Oh, well. They call him Hitler. Hitler wasn't a fucking billionaire who could have rested the last days of his life with the opulence and the privilege that comes with having money. I shouldn't say privilege, good fortune. Hitler was not Trump at any point of his worthless life. Matter of fact, I don't whatever. Not a boss. Chelsea Schumer and Biden sponsor. They all said the same thing. Like, oh, who's hurt? But Obama said the same thing. Fuck them. They are all complicit. They are all complicit pieces of shit in this violence. Mom asked if I'm okay. I'm okay. Just swearing a lot more than usual. Watch the video and we missed
Yeah, that'd be crazy. No, it was confident. Kidding military. I think they're in fucking Call of Duty.
Hey, I mean, okay, is it possible Biden is only running on his elections? How many shots do you have to have an open target? It's straight out of Pulp Fiction, man. And I'm telling you, I go back to Canada. I will not apologize anymore as if it's going through this strike. I'm going to strike. I was just watching Pulp Fiction and I said I didn't understand the religious importance of that movie. And that dude, the Jerry Seinfeld looking dude, was in the bathroom while John Travolta and Samuel Jackson, their names are Jules and Winifred. And Winifred is saying, and I will strike down upon you with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers, and you will know I am the Lord. When I rain my vengeance upon you, I messed it up, it's close enough. And I watched that movie, and I didn't realize how religious and spiritual he was. Can you imagine that dude was Trump was a silly fucking duck to some Antifa piece of shit on a roof with a rifle. And no, by the way, you lefty tards. My takeaway from this is not guns are bad. It's lefties might be bad. And bad people are bad. Wait until they turn this into a commercial for gun control. I'm sorry. So thank God. Did a wind blow? Did a butterfly's wings in Asia flap and blow that bullet to save Trump but kill somebody else in the crowd? I mean, can somebody tell us if someone in the crowd died? Thank God we're fully trained. Hold on, they're like best. Well, he killed somebody. Right? He killed somebody. I heard CNN said Trump here assaulted a Polish. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. Excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and speak that. Jokes are jokes, but also humor. Watch them push gun control. Okay, we just actually touched on that joking. Bill on Dollar Net. Dude, I've never seen your name before, and I would have remembered your name or your avatar. The outrage you express makes me proud to have you in the country. I'm shocked at how angry I feel about this as well. You think you're cynical and jaded and nothing can bother you anymore. Not so. I thought I was cynical and jaded if I went for a jog and got angry if we fought with the nuclear war. And then I get this. And we don't know who did it yet. No video camera people well behind here. Biden campaign ads being pulled down. Somebody already called them. You didn't see the last video with the angle. Hold on, I'll get to that in a second. Can we get this version of video every day? Get angry, man. It's not healthy. This is why he repaid. His VP is important. I hope he picks DeSantis. I don't think DeSantis is in there because never Trumpers are as much to blame as they will be. It's not for me DeSantis. It's not for me Nikki Haley. I don't know. I'm not even looking at this because I've said it in Poly because there's trivial stuff. January 6th versus July 13th. 07-13. I'm sure Gematria is going to have a lot of fun doing the 07-13-2024. Dude, the combinations you can get in there, I'm sure it all adds up to 666 at some point.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to seriously ask themselves if they are the ones who will fight or cower when the time comes. And Blaze Cast. Not to share my moment. Whatever psychological one I had at the time. The anger I felt at the time of watching that was like, all right, you might be able to recruit me right now.
Yeah.
Not my. I'm sitting there and I'm with my kids and I'm looking at them. They don't know what's happening yet. And I'm like, yeah. Like you could recruit me right now because where does this shit end? You can't recruit me to go like, I don't know, kidnap and terrorize. You can recruit me potentially to fight this fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't apologize. I'm not apologizing. Shooter's dead is definitely going to be dead. I got my hand on my phone. So let me just see it. Luther, this is coming from Chet, who was apparently sending me a link from Luke Rakowski, who I also know and trust and love. That the bullet passed through his ear. Link. My wife can do it. I was not supposed to do it. We got order in steak. It's gonna be cold, and I don't care. When I eat that steak cold, it'll taste just like Anton Biltong, the Biltong USA Roanoke. On July 11th, Biden said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. Someone who does a dog whistle. That motherfucker knew exactly who was going to take that as a dog whistle. Pieces of shit. They cried dog whistle while they literally used the most hyperbolic vitriolic dog. By the way, whenever they cry dog whistle, it's a dog whistle for their unhinged, deranged, he, him, they, zer, they, what the fuck they call themselves, people to go and do violence. That's what it is. Okay, now hold on. This is the craziest photo ever. Holy fucking shit. If I may. Dad, I'm sorry. Marion, I'm sorry. Holy. I don't know if it's fake, and it might be fake, but Luke is trustful. I don't know that we're seeing the same thing. We're not seeing anything because I'm a flipping idiot. Okay, let me just minimize this and maximize this. Okay, so he was shot in when he was facing us. It was the right ear. He comes up to this fight in his distance. So we are now to believe. Check your bias, not check your bias, check your inner beliefs. I want to believe this is real. When I first saw it, I was like, oh no, he was hitting the other ear, but now I'm looking at this and this goes behind his head. We'll find out, because bottom line, if his head is turned and it hit him in the right ear, and he turns his head back to us, that means he's shot from this side. We'll find all of this out. And we're not going to find this out with the Zaputo kill. But for the grace of God, if there is a God, we're not going to find this out with the Zaputo kill. Because he's alive. And that motherfucker, he'll be at Milwaukee, he'll be at the RNC, and we're going to find out if that picture is real. He thinks he's doing Brian Williams. I'm lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. Because I have a terrible voice, but I used to listen to Bare Naked Ladies when I was 13 years old. I'm going to get angry. I'm going to get upset in a second. Hold on. Let me get there. On July 11th, Biden said it's time to photo. We got that. Quarantine found a pic that what may have been the bullet in Trump's jacket. We'll get there in a second. Ray, super sticker. Stop effing apologizing like this. So that the soft flow, the quote is Ezekiel 25:17. Yeah, it's no, I know. The quote is, it doesn't exist in the Bible. That's what I know. Biden has just released this statement. So I don't need to disregard your yeah, he's I strongly condemn violence on all sides. Elon refused to do the shooter down the roof. Yeah. It's not the word.
Ow.
Sorry, that's fine. I'm not, the computer does not usually have the, oh, there you go. Breaking the photo of Secret Service person confirms the Secret Service let a man pull up on a roof and did nothing. Elon Musk is calling the resignation sequencer. Very exactly. We got it. Hold on a second. I do apologize. Very tattered, put together stream because I didn't go for a jog. I think I'd come back to Donald Trump and attempted assassination. Hold on. Let me see. No? What the heck is going on, man? Add to state. I don't know why it's happening tonight, but it's not coming up when I put up last night. And that's not right. Yeah, so, excuse me. I think that was it. I mean, it might have been English, but some words that I don't understand. I thought that was. You stop, people. Stop it. Just play from the beginning and stop being an idiot. Here. You can see the guy down. I think they hit him, but the guy is looks bad. You can see the guy down. I think they hit him, but the guy is looks bad. I mean, I don't mean to be a fucking asshole and like, oh, how did you not do your job? How the fuck does someone climb up on the roof of a building at an event where Secret Service is around? How the fuck does someone climb up on a roof? And then with the rifle, and then get off how many 13 rounds? Holy shit!
It's ridiculous. Like just for the naked guy on the roof across the street was like from 7 to 12. They had like the crane with like the big shield. I'm like, did I fucking make it? Like, where's the director?
Still developing. I presume at the very least, man's wearing a bulletproof vest. Antifa just became #1 on the domestic terrorist watch. Doesn't exist. Trump VP scarier than him. Get Lynn. Let's just see who the now. I don't even want to. I don't care about the march. Michael Flynn is not on the list. Even he states with respect to Trump. No, I love Trump. I'm not. That's the sad thing. The tree of living must be fed, folks. All Democrats are enemies. I do not. No, don't do it, and don't even support the idea. Because I tell you, each act is an act of provocation, as this was, but this could have been the ultimate act of provocation. Neither they are souls. Go ahead and agree with that from Louis Smith up this side. Secretary C. Given one dose too critical. That's whole movie starts. Shut the fuck up, for fuck's sake, says cold state is a flavor of freedom, and Biden always brags when he's playing. Anti-fact check. Michael attacked Ukraine, there's no question about that. Their left hand shooting, here we are. The next few are heard around the world. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over to this side of it. Oh, shitball McGee. Why haven't the, come on, please. Oh, yes, okay. Sorry, because I don't know why they were not, so okay, don't come in for breaking news. I need to make sure to get things right before I get, yeah, so that's a good thing. Now I'll look at it. I spoke, will not say it was an assassination. Shake my head, fuck that guy. I'm sorry, FTC. Keep Bono, who benefits? Who benefits the most? Obviously, Biden ordered the hit and the CIA carried out. Obviously, it's an inside job. There's no other way anyone can get a shooter to an elevated position at around.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not saying the name.
Yeah,
I'm all about fuck you, cancel culture. Oh, we're not saying. I'm all about fuck you, cancel culture. I'm also about self-preservation in the most direct way. So, I'm just saying, I'm not saying your name, but who benefits? How the hell does that do get there? And a ginger who has no soul, clearly, but has good eyes. I'm joking, but I'm going to go boom. Tell them there's somebody there, and they do nothing. So that was me. You know what I just- I used this as a cradle, and it worked very well. And it is that. Ooh. Keyboard, who benefits? Are we looking at the same thing? Let me just make sure we're looking at the same thing. Not saying it. King of Biltong says, thank you for being live and giving us feedback on this. Yeah, I just thought King of Biltong, I'm not giving breaking on anything other than my gut disgust. Did you see the guy who saw us climbing the building? Says outdoor noble. Also, if you need a place to go fishing in Wisconsin, while you're here, let me know. No, not that we don't. Not that I need an invitation for such fishing, but I don't know how much time. I don't know where we're gonna have to spare a minute. This call. Can you go on? Okay. Ryan Bratton says you're hearing echoes of gunshots. You go with higher caliber weapons. You hear the echo.
Oh,
You
okay,
hear
okay.
the bullet hit its heart.
So, okay.
See, this is like Ryan Braden. Not that I trust him. He's got the whale, which means you remember, and he's smarter than me.
Yeah, but
So now what happens going forward? What happens going forward? Do they successfully like secure someone? He won't. I sent you an interview of the gentleman who was sitting next to the man who was shot and killed. Hold on. Yes. All right, Chad, I think I'm seeing it right now. Is it Preston Fix? No, shut up. Front. No. Well, if that's a picture of the shooter, that's not the interview, but that's a picture of the shooter that came from the corner. Doesn't look like the guy that they were saying did it. Chet, send it to me again. Hold on. Chet, send it to me again. So it's top of the list. I'm scrolling through a bunch of stuff here. Okay. Then we got Cultivated Mind says, everyone must get out and vote. This will be my first time. I never thought I would base my choices. We have in the past. Wild animals could keep me away from this time. P.S. Biltong is delicious.
How do you know? When Tony Brown was saying, I got people.
Tucker called it deep state. That's from Kent. And Robert says, like LBJ, but retarded is what Barnes says. Not, don't ask you, don't self-censor. Like LBJ, but retarded. In this house, we say gay and retarded. And I'm quoting Luke Rukowski. I've got that down on my phone.
What?
Any bets on the shooter's political affiliation can keep up. Apparently, he's been identified, but I'm not sure now because based on the corpse that I see, a lot more slender than what I thought was the video of the guy who was like the shooter. Not like the 10 shots. It sounds like echoes and shots were perfect pairs. So, Spud and WP, tell me what the perfect pairs means. I didn't go, pop up, pop up. Why do you shoot in pairs? Or why would the gun have been shot in pairs? Get the BBC to do the guy who watched it on the roof. Candace played. No, I think he played that. Let me just see here. Chet sent it to me. Give me a second. I have the video of it going down too. You just see him. Oh, send it to me, Chet. Oh, email. I was going to say email. Then I was going to get the entire world my email address. Give me a second to bring it up. Saturday night in somewhere in Michigan. I don't know where the hell we are. And all that I remember is that when we got to this hotel, I was pissed off about the pet. That was my stupid, bullshit, superficial problem when I got to this hotel. The pet fee was more than the hotel room, and I was pissed because I said, why not just steal them? Well, while you're at it, just steal them. And I couldn't give a sweet bugger all about that pet fee. Hold on. But I am going to get my revenge. I'm going to smear dog food all over the floor. I'm joking, people. I've actually gotten to the point in my life where I realize you have to tip hotel staff because nobody does it. You think, oh, they get paid, they clean rooms. They clean hotel rooms, and they're like of the service industry that doesn't deem them deserving of tips. I had never even ever thought about making sure that tip hotel staff until now. That this is that's the state. I think that's me. That's been a long time. It's a long time. Sorry, I brought up the one. I was pissed off about the I got to say about the dog, the pet fee, unreasonable theft, but I don't care.
And then the kids got back.
From injuries as a result of the shooting.
I'm gonna just stop here. This motherfucker right here just said one of the attendees has deceased. Oh, I'm sorry. They were just fucking murdered by what many people are saying now is an Antifa terrorist piece of shit. They have deceased. They passed away, much like the media said Trump fell. I'll get there in a second.
We just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where Donald Trump was speaking, President Trump was speaking.
Far left would be the bullet came from that
It was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head.
I think you're off the record.
Was instantly killed.
I think you're an employee.
Fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking for the hell of fireworks. I knew it was gunshots straight away. My friends, hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly, as far as I could tell. And at that point, the state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind the bleachers.
You helped carry the man yourself. What was his condition when you were carrying him?
He's deceased.
How close were you to him?
He was next to me.
A couple yards, and he wasn't very far.
Did you know the man?
No, police ranger. They put a towel over his head and then carried him off.
Owl. The fucking pepper out. Fucking beach.
Chad, I'll bring this up.
Oh, don't forget the bird towel.
I don't know what we're looking at right now. Oh, we're just looking at, okay, we're looking at this. So that's the answer, yeah. So apparently in this video, you can see the man go down, and that's behind our view. Holy shit, is there somebody on this earth who, unbeknownst and unwittingly, or perhaps totally, but because of a butterfly flapping its wings, a bullet hits him in the head. So let me just see if I can zoom in. I can't zoom in. So there's a guy in the back. I know you can see my cursor. This guy. Let's just see that. Okay, so hold on a second. My understanding is this gentleman, right? Okay, so from what I'm understanding is this guy right here. Why would this man? Okay, so I don't understand. But maybe, hold on, maybe I said something. Yeah, so I'm not sure I'm understanding it. This guy here. Oh, I see. Okay, so there was a hard edit in terms of cutting up. So, yeah. So we're not even looking at it because I'm not looking at it. I apologize. Okay. I don't know why it's this is the video right here. So what we're looking at is scenes. That's the wrong video.
And look what happened to our country.
So if Trump is shot in the right ear, these snipers are looking over there. Trump is talking, and we go back here. Now apparently it's this gentleman right here that seems to go down.
And you know, that's
this guy right here with the red hats.
Oh, that shot's a couple of months old, and if you...
No, I didn't see it. Okay, it's not coming out. Okay.
Well, one that really...
This guy right here.
Just said, take a look.
Okay, we just... This right here.
What happened?
This guy right here. That guy right in the red hat. Down. Now, why would that guy be going down? Why would this guy be going down right now? That's what we're looking at.
A couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look what happened.
Could be the angle of that. I don't know. So, all right. All right. What else? Let's get to the one thing we will all agree on. Media is the enemy of the fucking people. There's no uncertain qualifications. Categorically, there's no qualifying it. They're evil. It's ironic that just yesterday we were talking about how media legacy, not independent, not responsible, not media that survives off its own reputation. They're dead, metaphorically, economically speaking. I mean, I appreciate this was early on in the event, but for these motherfuckers to get up here, this is Fox 13, it's an affiliate. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls. Are you fucking serious? Like, if I may quote 40-year-old version, are you fucking retarded? I'm sorry. He fell in around. Yeah, after he got shot in the ear. I don't care how early in the event it is. You're not. I call that more retarded because nobody who's retarded would ever talk like this. These are lying fucking demons. Demons. Oh, seriously, they work. I mean, I'm sure he's close for now. What's the other one? Fucking retarded. These were fucking retarded. Well, no, apparently you do it of your own volition, legacy media. Trump injured in incident at rally. Updated. Oh, that was updated. I appreciate it. Really, shit on God's green or blue earth, depending on whether you focus on land or water. You have to be evil of the highest order. Oh, he's injured at fall. Oh, I'll just go back to God. Yes, link. Let me go all the way to the back, and we're going to go up. This is on Biden. It's on Biden. It's on the media. It's on Hakeem Jeffries. It's on Maxine Warren. It's on AOC. And I'm not saying that to put a target or a what's the word that Biden said? What's the word that Biden used to Trump? It's moral responsibility. They will one day answer to a higher power that I hope to God that there is. I hope to God there's a higher power. It's on Biden. It's on Matta. It's on Keith Olbermann. That is the raging, frothing at the mouth, lunatic piece of shit. It's on Keith Olbermann. Although I don't know who watches Keith Olbermann anymore. It's on CNN. It's on MSNBC. It's on Fox News. It's on all of them. Maxine Waters, AOC, Sherry Nadler, Adam Schiff. It's on all of those godforsaken scoundrel demonic POS. Did you play through those comments? He has it. Double tapping is a shooting technique. This is how we're going to say a shifting. What the fuck? It's a shooting technique. You aim low first, body, then while the recoil raises up. So is that to say that this Antifa talking piece of shit, if that's who it was, had actual shooting training? What was I doing the other day? Oh no, it wasn't shooting training. Oh, I was playing a zombie shooting game on an arcade, but I was doing go-kart. Not doing go-kart. I have a good crash on this. Spider-Man says the pairs in the grill shop is followed by the echo. The timing is in between. Now the pair is the key. Oh, the timing between each pair part of the pair is the key, says Spider-Man. Fired in pairs, possibly a binary trigger. Fires when you pull the trigger and release the trigger. Maybe someone's angry about bump stock. It could be someone who's angry about the bump stock thing. You know this thing. Any bet on shooter specific, because we got down, I know I'm up to speed on that. If I may, yeah, so now let me go to back to and bring these back to this.
I'm very long fucking thing.
Even if you are deleting the share screen, no, but I'm an idiot. Agatha Raisin, I haven't done here. As I tell myself that I'm an idiot for deleting the share screen, here, look at that idiot right there. Keep deleting the share screen. Viva, you keep deleting the share screen and no video. Okay, sorry about that. I think I fixed that. Occupant 42. So you're saying the hotel staged the assassination attempt to distract you from the pet peeve. Trump is alive. We can joke about it. Trump, Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, sit down podcast. How does it feel to lose a piece of your? I wanted to hear Dan Bongino's take. Dan Bongino, he said Trump didn't have full detail, and the investigation is now covered under the FBI instead of Secret Service due to conflict of interest. So there's that. Oh, you remember when they said that Trump could just order his political opponents assassinated, and that would be protected by a bullshit immunity that doesn't mean what those fucking retards think it means? I'm sorry, I'm not lost. Remember when they said Trump would order the assassination of his political rivals because of immunity? Oh, I remember that. Pepperidge Farm remembers that. You've got this or that. Lynn Westover. Lynn is another man that I have on the inside who gives me some good insights more often than I appreciate. As one who's almost been shot in the head, God was looking out. Look at the Trump. I feel for the wounded and the family of the supporter who lost their life, exercising their right. Lynn, I hope you're doing well. I cannot wait to hang out with you when I get back to Florida, and I cannot wait to hang out. Ryan Bratton, I served 10 years in the Army as a combat medic, so 223 rounds travel at supersonic speeds. So the bullet will hit the target before the gunshot sound from the barrel will. What? As Robert says, like FDA, LBJ,
That can't be
your
true.
heart. Now let me go to local because I haven't been paying attention to the area yet. I'm going to bring these. I can't bring them up, but I'm going to read them all. Raven Rooster, $5 says, God bless that you are doing this. This is as much news as we can get today. I'm not even. I'm not pulling up the pictures of the alleged shooter until we know, because you send lynch mobs or social media lynch mobs on people, and it's not fair. But there's So this is what I don't know what has been new in the news since I've been going live. That was from Raven Rooster. Thank you. Dash Gag Dash, $5. Viva, the witness saw the shooter get shot. I think you saw this Marion Afal. Make sure it's the same video that you saw. Yeah, you got it. That was the video of the ginger, and I'm using the ginger very humorously. I think you like this. Gang, we saw the ginger. Spinnaker, oh yeah, no, we're gonna bring this motherfucker up right now. I'm sorry, I'm going back to swearing. This motherfucking piece of shit, I'm calling her that because that's what she is. I'm not in the sense that let her live her own life. Let this woman grow to be 95, see her looks fade, and see that when you don't have a pretty face as a demonic soul, the world is a lot less kind to you. Remember this? I remember this. I didn't show the bloody screen. I'm an idiot. I remember this. Here, oh, let me zoom in. Here's a Satan incarnate. The only reason I'm inclined to like her is because she looks like Dexter's sister of Dexter, who I happen to have something of a mild television crush on, because she looks like my wife. This is what happened. Right? Dexter's sister looks like my wife. She's the most beautiful woman on earth. She is like Dexter's sister is not my wife. She's the second one. That's the only reason I'm inclined to like. Remember this? Oh, look at here. Remember when they tried to convince us that 8645 was not a call for violence on Trump? Or they just wanted to nix him from the nation. These lying, demonic, violence-inciting pieces of shit. There's Gretchen Whitmer. What's she trending at in terms of TV cameras? Sharing screens. I get the text from people. Thank you, by the way. Bill, thank you. Chet, thank you. Who else? Jen? Shots. So I got a picture from Jen who is a photographer out of Ottawa. And he's showing me, and I don't know if it's true, but let's lose this for a second. This is apparently where Trump, apparently based on this photo, who posted it, got shot in the chest but was wearing a bulletproof vest.
What?
I was just watching Point Break, and actually, and when Keanu Reeves gets shot in the chest and he's robbing the bank, when he's been sucked into the cult, and but no, of course, 8645. When Gretchen Whitmer put 8645, 8 miles out, 6 feet under, or 86, 8 miles out, 6 feet under. 8 by 6, 45. Kill Trump. That's what that motherfucker said right there. That's what Gretchen Whitmer was saying in that video. The lying scoundrel piece of crap who claims to have been the victim of a Fed insurrection kidnapping was out promoting the assassination of Donald Trump, and then Wikipedia might have gone to re-edit for 86. Oh, it doesn't mean that it's it from the menu. It doesn't mean kill it. 8 miles out, 60 feet. That's what it is. That scum of the earth. Who could have foreseen this happen? Oh, check. Might be wrong about the guy who showed up. Bottom line, someone freaking believes who showed up to it. And I'm not trying to hold anybody to any of this stuff. The bottom line literally shot him with these showed up. Here's the picture. I'm not showing anybody. Follow the recent of the alleged shooting. I'm not showing anybody this picture. You can look for it on Don Luca. And I don't know if it's real. It doesn't look like the individual that was alleged to have posted the video saying justice is coming. He looks much thinner than the guy. Holy hell, this is just like the fog of war, the influx of information. I can't stop getting tweets or texts. Greg Bolden, who I had on the channel, had me on his channel. Video appears to show Secret Service specifications. Oh, tracking and shooting and failing to take up before he started shooting. Oh, that would be wild. So Greg Bolden, at real Greg Bolden, well, we've watched this video. So that's Greg Bolden. So now I'm thinking maybe some of the shots that we might have heard before were not the shooter, but were the Secret Service trying to take him out. Shooter gets 3 shots off, panics, doesn't get a shot going. That's interesting. You know? The bottom line is that we're not jumping to any conclusions that are going to wrongly incriminate people who are not. They're like fog of war. So those shots might have been the sniper's trying to get him. Dude realizes he's under fire, fires off a bunch of shots, totally inaccurate, misses his target, has his brain blown out. but it takes out an innocent specter. From someone else who I will not mention, because I'm not sure if they want me to, the assassin thing, the assassin missing saved this nation. Trump has been killed, there's no limit to the election because election day wouldn't exist in November. P.S. It wasn't glass because if glass shattered, it wouldn't be in just one spot. Yeah. Okay, let's just see here. I got this one. You're not sharing the screen. Thanks, guys. That's a little too late for that. If you need a subject matter expert, do you want to pop on? Question mark. Let me see if someone's going to pop on in a second. My mother says, Trump said it was a bullet in the ear. Mother effer. That's what my wife just sent me is, I want to thank, this is what my wife texted me. It's a Trump post. This is Trump on Truth. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound. Shots, and immediately felt a bullet ripping through my skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized
You're really flawed, though.
that was happening. Then what was happening? God bless America. Okay. Some humor via text. Mostly peaceful assassination attempt. Yep, comma, I'm live right now. All right. Viva, I just tweeted you a video of the counter sniper. Tweeted. Let's see if I get that. My notifications are not turned on Twitter, so I don't. Not that I don't see it, but I. Okay. Holy movie star. Hold on. I think I actually know who you are. Not. I think I might. Let me see if I can. Not. Hold on, like this. Okay. Holy. I know that I've seen your. There you go. I know that. Okay, dude. DM me. I just texted him. It's Dandy. DM. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get this text out right. DM. Thank you. Okay, so I do that. I just DM'd you. I hope I can get the response to you. Are these people claiming staged going to get sued like Alex? I don't think they should. I mean, I don't even care. They're just like LBJ but retarded. Google Maps, the shot was about 600 yards in a moderately 308 wind. I guess that means Winchester, but with a better cartridge, much easier with something like a 6.5 Creed, or easier with a Magnum. Based on follow-up. Nope, hell no. Yeah, dude, I'm going to go ahead and trust you. I'm a ginger dude style. I don't believe the ginger stuff. It's just the joke, and you know you have to make it when you see a ginger. Presidential immunity, good shit, well trained. Look up. Seize the day. Remember, Democrat politicians bailed on Antifa members, including Kamala. If it is an Antifa, they can't distance themselves too far. It's over. I can't help think divine intervention. The ear. It's amazing. I mean, it's amazing. So I'm just like this. Like it goes there.
Maybe it was his hair that caught it.
Can you play Trudeau's? Okay, fine. Now let me just see something going on back into the Viva Mars law because I got distracted by Gretchen Satan Whitmer. We've got Sec 808. Just tell him he needs Secret Service because Biden said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye, not the crosshairs, the bullseye. I'm not seeing a video. This is JR83 because I'm an idiot. Big Bad Bob, $3. Will the national news media blame Biden for inciting an assassination since he recently said it's time to put a bullseye on Trump? They don't. They did that to Trump with the support. Yeah, he said fight like. Excuse me, he said fight like hell. That's fine. That's an impeachment. Put a bullseye on it. Say bullseye. Bullseye. Big Bad Bob, thank you. Denise Antu, Cantor posted on X. Yeah, I'm not. Denise Antu, present. Okay, we just got his Trump's his Truth Social post. Thank you. Oops, he says we didn't see both videos you tried to show us. I think I fixed that. I'm an idiot. I apologize. I want to pretend that I do that just so I can get more engagement in the chat, but I'm just an idiot. Boops, he says Trump's statement said it was a gunshot to his ear. S. Red, Viva, demon, dehumanize, demonize. This is the outcome. Yes, but I also have to be careful because I call Trudeau Hitler-esque, and I'm not doing that to dehumanize him to the point of warranting or justifying or encouraging assassination. And so I have to make sure not to have that double standard when it comes to my own rhetoric. I just know that I vehemently and persistently condemn violence because that's what they want. Kenneth Vogel of the New York Times tweeted that Biden told donors in a private phone call this afternoon that it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. Ali Michael. If it's anonymous, if it's a report, I'd rather see the tweet or the comment. Michigan Winter's Days, $1. Rage, fucking rage. My first reaction was, holy fuck, they actually tried it, deep state. So many questions, can't even focus on what I'm doing. Damn. I'm lucky that this is what I'm doing. I can focus on this. I'm lucky I got my jog in first. I'll check it out. Thing on my chest. Ingrown hair, pimple on my body, disgusting. Get old, you turn disgusting, decrepit, whatever. Okay, so JR, this is allegedly the spot of the shooter. If true, this is a clear failure. Are clearly covered. Even these spots are even at sporting events. This I can remember to bring up right now. Bam. So let me see something. Yeah, something is definitely different in StreamYard today because ordinarily it automatically comes up and now it doesn't. So that's the roof, the rough. Oh, Trump, okay, this is before the event, I see. Light cover roofs. My first day. Okay, so we're scrolling that up. Thank you very much. That was from a JRB83. DTQC reminds me of the first female Quebec PM's attempt on her life. Oh yeah, Pauline Marois, I remember that. You could literally see a bullet hole appear. What? The bar in the Senate Hall. Ganthin says of aggression, Viva. If Trump is not okay after this attempt, the left may just get the fight they've been after. He's okay, but there needs to be fucking hell to pay for this. Political, judicial, social. Do you think you get to like call Trump Hitler? And or you just get to go off in your merry way? No, you don't. Impeachments? And I don't know. I don't know. And I only look for the lawful, non-violent means, but that's because I'm who I am. Schnookums, how you do?
Schnookums. Fucking MasterCard won't stop fucking calling me. Fucking annoying as shit. Why am I cold?
Schnookums, how you doing, Schnookums? Says, will Antifa go on the same terrorist watch list as the school board meeting protesters? Cat Zap, look at JD Vance's tweet, says it all. Chet says, I'm ginger too, by the way. Sorry, I'm just coughing again one more time. And then we got SRAN, you don't double tap at much range. It's the echo. Okay, fine. I'm interesting. I'm an idiot. It's the echo of the hard surfaces and the impact of the bullet. My whole family can tell you if you hit or missed while hunting, just from the sounds. Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so that I think does it for our tips up in locals. I don't know what the news is now. I'm waiting for news. I'm going to see if my wife, who I know has to walk the dogs now. Let me just see what my wife she has to say. Are you in a bathroom? Who's asking? Question mark. LOL. Yes, I'm in a bathroom. Hey guys, hold on 1 second. Someone's asking, am I in a bathroom? Well, I don't know if I'm in a bathroom. But that's a shower right there. And behind me, let me just make sure it's clean. That's a toilet. So yeah, I've been in the bathroom the entire time. It's not the first time I've live streamed from a bathroom. At least this time I don't have a guest. So it's fucking wild and it's outrageously insane. And it's what they want. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. This is what they want. They want the violence. Can we get a rundown of the facts? Says Rax83. A rundown of the facts in as much as I can give them. But then again, what are the facts? It depends who you ask. Trump, there was an assassination attempt on Trump. Bullets were fired. The shooter is dead from all accounts. And apparently a spectator in the crowd is dead. Trump apparently was hit in the ear, grazed his ear by a bullet. Some thought it might have been glass from a teleprompter. Others say it might have been a bullet. Bottom line, there was an assassination attempt. The shooter appears to have been on a roof and appears to have been taken out on that roof. We don't. I mean, there's talk as to who the shooter is. I know I googled the guy's name. I'm not gonna mention it because I don't believe it's accurate. I'm not going to Google them. I mean, you can Google it. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to hide it. It's just like I'm not sure that the name makes sense because. So in my search engine, Neil Oliver images smile because it's an old image. Then you got Hunter Biden crack, Hunter Biden, Kamala Harris, Vladimir Zelensky, Joe Biden, Ashley Biden. Okay, so I don't think I have. It doesn't even. It's God telling me I shouldn't. I don't know what the guy's name is. There's apparently someone who posted a video. Justice is coming, pop, 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 pop. But from the dead body that allegedly, I don't know that looks like the same person. Trump is okay. And Lord knows what's going to happen at the Republican National Convention that's starting Monday, that I'm going to be getting my credentials at for tomorrow. Greg Bolden says, image of Trump's chest. This can be seen on live video as well. Okay, well now Greg is making me very, very curious. Let me go pull up the video of Trump getting the actual video again. Let's come here. See this? I got a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, so that's that. Hold on, let me just see. We're gonna get the video out because apparently you can see him getting shot in a bulletproof vest. Okay, DC Drano is showing the graphic image of the alleged shooter with his brains blown out. And we won't be watching that here. Yeah, we'll bring this up. I remember this. No, I'm not showing this either. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be that guy. There's a lot of crazy, stupid people on Twitter who post crazy shit. No, sorry. I was just saying on TikTok. So my battery's went dead. There's a lot of crazy, mentally unwell people on TikTok who post or Instagram, Facebook, whatever, post crazy shit. I don't believe in amplifying their bullshit. So I'm not going to play it. But there were a lot of people come for the assassination of Trump. Now let me just see if we can see this. Let me just see if we can see the video. I mean, it's only going to be a matter of time before I scroll down and get it. If we can see a bullet hitting Trump. Now some of the videos might have been, there were some videos of a dead person in the crowd, which they were saying was the shooter, which might have been the victim in the crowd. So, I can't find it. It doesn't matter. There's no point in trying to find it. So those are the facts as we know them. Let me just see what's going on here.
The guy that was killed was on the left of the bleachers. I was wrong. The dude just hit the dirt fast, and everyone I got pictured. Don't worry about that. Chet, don't worry. Chet, everyone's there. Chet, do not worry. It's fog of war and interpretations. When you get shot at, you hear two coming from another member of our community. Let me know if you can text me right now. Let me know if I can share your name. The gunpowder going off, then the bullet streaking, then the bullet breaking the sound barrier as it zips past your head, plus any echoes. That would explain the two shots. And then how did they manage to shoot Trump in the ear? I think that's harder than to do anywhere else.
Huh.
Divine intervention for one person, and tragedy of a lifetime for another. I heard Viva Pee live in the bathroom. Dude, I'm in my pants. I'm not your buddy guy says it's rather scary that he only got Trump's ear. That barely missed as a headshot. Clearly well trained. I blame the left. The lies must stop. And then we got a purposeful miss for a chance to assassinate the current top dog. Revenge. No, dude, you can't miss that close without hitting. I mean, you can't. The margin at that point between what was that movie with Tom Cruise in the pool bowl where he had to make it look like he missed? No, the margin of error at that point, that you can't do that. So we shit talking gingers. Ginger ninja. No, sir. We're not shit talking. We're just observing the phenomenon of the ginger. Okay, so let's see if I got it by a DM. Okay, I might have to call this quits. I've been DM'd that it's okay. So I think we've seen this one, but oh yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. Here we go. You can absolutely see me try to shoot. Watch the gun move.
Really see something that said, take a look what happened.
Bam. I know that's the greatest sniper of all time, but okay, done. Sorry, let me just pause. Bill Brown is the United States Marine Corps dude who DMs me all the time, texts me, and gives me great information, and also some memes to make me laugh in the morning. And he's the one who said, you hear it, the shot, it breaks the sound barrier, and then you hear an echo. So that might explain the two. This is a report saying that they had requested more security for Trump and it was denied. Sorry if you already mentioned it.
Oh, no,
no, I didn't mention it, but thank you. Getting drunk in celebration. First, for Trump's survival. Second, guaranteed election. I'm not getting drunk, but I am going to have another drink when I'm done with this. Viva, I tweeted you the video of the counter sniper. Thank you very much. Are these the people claiming the stage event like this? Okay, so I think I have to go to bed because I think holy crap, it's been an hour and 48 minutes. I didn't realize. I got to go eat dinner, put kids to bed. And then we got to get to Milwaukee tomorrow for the RNC. It's gonna be wild. We'll be wild, right? Remember they tried to impeach Trump for saying we'll be wild? This will qualify for a future hush-hush, unusual lapse in security instantly ID of perp strange days, says Rusty Gus. Hendy81 says it's obvious that it brings you to tears. And it is because you genuinely understand what Trump represents. I have been battling emotions all evening. And the dam eventually burst when I was FaceTiming with my 5-year-old daughter. God bless America and God bless Trump. ND81, you're right. Can you post a link to the Whitmer image? Oh, just Google Whitmer 8645. I covered that at the time thoroughly. That's from Patty F. Weber. Woodworker 1999. There was a larger agenda here. How was that rooftop left unprotected? Who decided? You don't double tap at a range. Okay, so that's it. All right, so what I have to do now, I do have to end this because I got to go eat dinner and put kids to bed. God bless Trump. God have mercy on the person who, I don't know if that's the right expression. I know but there's innocent people dead. There's guilty piece of shit dead, and there's a man who literally got by the skin of his ear. Off to the fucking RNC right now. And off to the rest of this year. If you were on the fence and this doesn't push you over to the right side, you're an idiot. If you were hesitant and you didn't understand what was on the line, you're an idiot, but you might be awoken now. And if you're one of these rabid, frothing at the mouth, violence-inducing, violence-promoting, violence-wishing pieces of shit on the left who have been calling Trump Hitler, telling you that he's an existential threat to your life and liberty,
talking about harassing, assaulting, targeting, go to their front lawns, bailing them out of prison. You are part of the problem, never beyond redemption until a certain point. That dude whose head is now laid out on the roof of that building who tried to take Trump out is beyond redemption. He has to answer to God if you believe that. God's hand is on this man, Trump 2024. Anyone advocating for retaliatory violence is a Fed. So not so everybody can see it, and then we're going to end on me finishing up the Rumble Rants here. Absolutely. Thank you, David. Welcome back, Sis Sammy. Oh, son of a beast. Did I just lose all of the thread? That's right there. Oh, cripe on my note. Thank you. Welcome back. I got to go back to Canada. I get to go back. Lord of the Reed, God's hand is on this man at Trump 2024. Anyone advocating for retaliatory violence is a Fed. God bless President Trump. I'd like to point out that these Trump sycophants didn't start chanting Trump's name, rather a deep state passionate USA, USA, USA. This is where Americans shine. This country is far from over. Much love. Can we get a rundown of the facts? And that's it. Okay, I got to go. If I want to stay married and stay happy and take kids to bed and eat dinner at 10 o'clock. Thank you all for being here. I will see you tomorrow. We got our Sunday show at 6 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. I don't know that I'll be in the same room as Barnes, but we're going to be in the same city. And then Monday, we are going to be hanging out at the RNC. And it's going to be amazing. Godspeed, God bless, and don't be stupid. And if anyone calls for violence, call them a Fed, call them a Ray Epps, and tell them to go straight to hell. We're better than that, we're smarter than that, and we're not about that. Okay, now I'm really done. Enjoy the night. Thank you all very much, and peace out.
Hey, Clean. Instead of focusing on small clients or serving individual consumers.
Just a bit of anxiety. Do you think that there is no COVID phobia in the same way that we have claustrophobia, fear of heights, fear of spiders, where people now have an uncontrollable fear response around the COVID pandemic? Is that about right?
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. And certainly, from observations, if just every human being can go out and just see people within their own vicinity who are still extremely frightened, extremely cautious about approaching other people. Within the UK, even though, prior to the pandemic, we weren't really a face mask wearing society. When you're hearing, sort of the ramping up of news around, we've got a new COVID variant, or, this is happening, that's happening, you can see that actually there's an uptick in people who are wearing face masks. And what's really interesting is they're not medical face masks, which actually protect them. It's still, the pretty bog standard face mask, which it doesn't offer that great amount of protection for that wearer. And it's just, to me, it's just like that reassurance that they have got some level of protection, whether it works or not. And, the point being with all of it is that if people cast their mind back to the messaging that happened, certainly from March 2020, prior to March, the messaging wasn't as on point as it was in some other European countries, in terms of ramping up the fear. But if you look at the messaging, and I certainly did a lot of email writing to various government offices, like, what are you doing? This is very damaging to human beings. Particularly when some of what the messaging that was going out wasn't it wasn't true. You know, it didn't work like that. And you know, when we have that amount of messaging and that amount of it was propaganda. You know, because that's what it was, trying to influence people to behave a certain way. So, you know, like propaganda. When you have that and then nothing to counter that, then, you know, people are going to continue in that vein. And, you know, there is a lot of people, and I often, you know, from a qualitative perspective, you know, for me, it's really interesting to look at some of the messaging still going on in mainstream and look at how people react to that. And certainly, you know, in some quite the majority of comments of people who are sort of replying, you know, they are.
Okay.
I just know.
still extremely frightened about anything to do with COVID. You know, really, really frightened, and almost, you know, it's like a victim mentality of how can people not understand why we are still so scared. You know, and it's literally pitting themselves against others. It's like you're either, you know, COVID vigilant and you're doing the right thing, you still think that they're doing the right thing, they're being good, they're protecting everybody else, and everybody who's not is a COVID idiot. So you've got two camps there. You know, so the messaging and the narrative is really divisive there, but people think they're in the right, and they think that people who are not like them are in the wrong.
And this is really critical because as I was saying, I was just recently talking about, say, long COVID, and what I realized when I pull back from it, and so I have to be careful how I say this, so please moderate what I say and try and help me to get it in the right way. But it seems that, as I observe, the people who are afraid of COVID and afraid of long COVID are the ones who are pushing for masking, universal masking, vaccine mandates, and more lockdowns. Okay? And on the other side, you have another cohort of people who don't even believe that the virus exists, think that it was complete propaganda, and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. And it's almost as if these groups are so far apart, there doesn't seem to be a way to pull them together.
I think the important thing to remember from both perspectives, like both groups, they're both run by fear. So you know, as equally as one side is scared of the virus, scared of what can happen, the other side is scared of what the potential of thinking about the virus, what it did to society and how it affected them. So fear is a pretty common denominator. And, you know, from you know, my perspective of to bring people together, it's having that empathy and understanding that both sides equally are scared of something happening. You know, and one of the problems that arises as well is that, and this goes back to, do you remember, the science? The science. One of the problems is that yourself as a scientist, yourself as a physician, we know, because we've worked in this arena, know that there is no such thing as the science. No such thing. There are, and that's why I love science so much. That's why I love it. Because, you know, there's lots of different opinions, lots of different perspectives, that you can conduct an experiment in, you know, and try and replicate it and have completely different findings because it's using very human beings. You know, and I think because the first time, you know, in our generation, really, the science was front and foremost, and everybody was sort of brainwashed again in this idea of we are following the science, which they weren't. They were following a group's version of the science. And so got these groups now where that's their science, and there's only one science. So I think, you know, if we could really work on actually, I wish that this is never going to happen in mainstream media, I'm sure it's not. This thing is saying, you know, this is the beauty of science, this is how we progress, this is how we find things out, because there's a consensus within science that there isn't just one dogma. That's the beauty of science, it's not dogma. It's multifaceted, and you know, I think that's part of the problem as well because of this whole notion of the science. So people get their science and hide behind it.
There is something you said there that I really thought was fascinating that I wanted to capture. You said that there was fear on both sides, and as I thought about it, so you have one side that has COVID phobia. It's almost as if the other side has government mandate overreach phobia.
Yeah.
They realize that if they even give them any slight opportunity, they will do to them what they did before, which was extremely traumatic. And I just remembered as you were saying it, is that I saw somebody just say this, and they said, I am not afraid, I am angry.
Yeah.
How do you square that circle?
Right. Well, as a neuroscientist, yeah, absolutely. What underpins anger is actually fear, because anger is an emotion to spur us into action to prevent something happening to us, or when something has happened to us, to actually counter the action and make it so that that can't happen to us again. So I could like, and to your viewers who are watching this and saying, I'm not afraid, I'm really angry. Honestly, I'm so angry that at times I fear for my own health. And I was like, I speak to many people, and I speak to my close family, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get over this psyop, the huge psychology that we approach, and so much so is that part of it, my PhD research was cognitive neuroscience for sure, but I always identified myself very much with psychology, wanted to help people with their minds because of how my peers within psychology behave during 2020. I can't even associate myself with the psychologists. I reneged my membership with the British Psychology Society. That's how strongly I felt about what was happening to human beings.
And so, and it raises a question then. So, how then do you explain? Now you pull back and imagine you're now in the future, kind of like how we could look back at World War II and so on. And how do you explain how the people who would, in theory, build the psychops got trapped by the psychops? Because it was exceptionally good and very, very well coordinated. I think that's the thing that I found very strange, is that, I mean, I was looking at it from the science point of view. I wasn't looking at it from that perspective, but I couldn't understand why it was everybody was following the same narrative. I think nobody's stepping out except Sweden. And you can see what happened to them. So how do you explain from a neuropsychology point of view that this could have happened at this time? We thought we were beyond this.
Well, I think going back to what I was sort of saying before about even pre-pandemic, I'd noticed that there was been a significant shift in sort of how the population, their thinking processes, the cognitive processes, people are definitely thinking less. And I think sometimes we have to consider, like, when I'm sort of researching and dealing with anxiety or panic attacks or anything that is around fear, I always sort of push the person when we're actually reflecting on things to what happened just before that, because that's the critical process there. What happened just before sets up the perfect environment for that to happen. And I think once you look at, sort of that, I don't know whether there was complacency, there was, I think, when the psychologists, the nudge unit themselves were surprised at how compliant people were. But you have to remember that from 2001, since 9/11, the fear agenda has been ramping up because they needed to have more money to spend on defense for all these wars. So we need to have an enemy. We need to have, some common aim that we're all, this is why we need to do this. This is why we need to do that. So fear was around in the environment a lot. And when you look at, programming, films, movies, you look at them from that perspective, because, I look at the environment all the time. From that perspective, you can see that people have been sort of manipulated and influenced through fear for quite some time. And the next thing, it's like, this is a health disaster. It could happen to anybody, even you. Where the health campaign before was targeted at certain groups, that you were only in danger of this if you were. Now, for the first time in America, it was everybody. Nobody was safe. When in fact, they knew that some people, were likely to get, mild symptoms, weren't likely to be, laid out with really debilitating issues. They knew that right from the beginning. But in this case, it was everybody could get it. Everybody could be, everybody could die from it, and they used quite a lot of death scenarios and really quite shocking imagery. And you know, just the fact that for the first time ever, we found out people's price for being complicit. You know, was it £2,000 in furlough? You know, £2,000 in month for furlough. And luckily, the sun was shining in the UK. It was very hot from the start of lockdown. It was sun shining. And something that you said, it sparked a memory for me. I remember a couple of days after lockdown had officially begun, and seeing that suddenly we had a whole host of TV advertisements, public announcements that were actually talking, you know, well, let's care for each other, let's look out for each other. And I thought, God, how they pulled this out the hat? And at the time, I had a client who actually was a TV producer. I said to him, how long does it normally take to do stuff like that? And he was like, it normally takes weeks. Yeah, they'd already had it in preparation. So it's like, you know, it's really interesting because I'm sure you had the same. Yes, we are professionals, but we were also human beings who were going through the same experiences as other people. And I also had the added bonus of, you know, getting publicly vilified because according to the general public, I was not good enough. I was not keeping to the rules enough. I wasn't doing my thing. I remember where I lived at the time that one of the community groups tried having a one-way system around the river, a walking path around the river. And I happened to sort of write and just say, that's not okay. That's actually going a step too far. Do you understand how viruses work? Do you understand what's going on here? And I was literally, if they could have lynched me and burnt me at the stake, they would have done. And I'm like, you know, so it was very interesting, both from a professional and a personal point of view, exactly what was going on there.